you know, with my wife, you know, who Tina decided to go her own way. That's why you don't see her right here. But she want to go do something else, that's fine with me. We had our run. We had our run. So even though she had the stroke and getting older, she would never be like, oh man, she was always beautiful in my eyes until you say, I want to go do something else.
Yeah.
Now you're not as beautiful to me again. And the fact that if you decide to go this way, I'm going to go that way, that's fine.
That's deep.
It is what it is, man. And like I said, anytime you can find somebody you can stay in love with for a long time or for one day or whatever, if you can witness that love, that's good. I had that with her. And I found somebody else. But it is what it is.
Somebody else, let me tell you something. That lady didn't just up and go. That lady didn't just up and leave after 30 years. Okay, don't do that. Don't do that. That lady left after 30 years for a damn good reason. Okay, trust and believe. A woman her age is not happy about having to start over after 30 years. A woman her age is sick and tired and was like, I'm on the last leg of my life and I'm not finna continue living like this. Like, come on, LeVar Ball, if you're gonna tell it all, but good reason, okay? Trust and believe. A woman her age is not happy about having to start over after 30 years. A woman her age is sick and tired and was like, I'm on the last leg of my life and I'm not finna continue living like this. Like, come on, LeVar Ball, if you're gonna tell it all, but that's all we got. Ain't got no more on him. That lady was tired, and you know the truth. That lady was tired.
Hey, one of the funniest things going on right now is listening to men cry and whine about LeVar Ball getting left by his ex-wife, Tina. Let's establish a few things. LeVar Ball did not nurse her back to health. Her family was heavily involved in that. Her family definitely did the bulk of the heavy lifting there. LeVar Ball has never taken care of Tina in any capacity. He's never taken care of her. She did all the cooking, all the cleaning. He treated her like a fucking slave. There's no way in hell you're going to convince me that she got sick and then he nursed her back to health. He wouldn't even know how to do it. He doesn't even know how to wash fucking clothes. He probably don't even know how to load the dishwasher. Secondly, who gives a fuck if he lost a part of his foot because he got diabetes? You know how long it take you to lose a foot due to diabetes complications? That motherfucker was ignoring his health for fucking years. She was probably telling him, go to the doctor, go to the doctor. No, I'm a man. Men don't go to the doctor because that's the type of man he is. And last time I checked, that motherfucker walking around just fine. Thirdly, LeVar Ball is an abuser. His own children, they don't call him an abuser. That's not what I'm saying. But they talk about how he abused them, how he beat them, how he was mean and Tina was nice. They also talked about in the interview how Tina was the one that made them smart. She was the one that did all the schoolwork with them. She was the one that pushed them to do well in school. Lonzo had a 4.2 GPA. Jello had mostly A's and B's. Even Melo had mostly A's and B's, had a few C's. They said he had the worst grades, but he wasn't no dummy. They literally said that's all her. So what the fuck was LeVar doing? Y'all be so quick to give a man all this fucking credit and he ain't did shit. All he was the loudest. Tina is the reason why the Ball brothers are where they at. Without Tina, they wouldn't be shit. They'd just have another bum-ass, abusive-ass, bald-headed daddy. I'm so happy that after 30 years, she finally mustered up the strength to leave him. She probably wanted to leave him 20 fucking years ago and didn't. But that man is extremely abusive and extremely neglectful, and he showed it all on the shows when they would do the, follow him around. They did the Ball family shit. He shows it on TV the way he talks to women. He's showing it now with his new girlfriend, who he was fucking yelling at on that live stream with Neon weird ass, shaming her for not giving him a fucking spoon. She gave him a fork when she served him chili and was like, "Can you give him 2 more spoons? Can you give us some spoons?" Random spoons. He still needs a woman to wait on him hand and foot because he is incapable of taking care of himself. And so, if a man is incapable of taking care of himself, what makes you think he was taking care of his 3 fucking sons? The cyber slurping got to stop at some point.
I love both my parents, but the situation that is put before y'all is not how it went down. I'm not about to get into all the details. But long story short, my mom didn't want to leave. She was quote unquote, damn near forced to leave. I helped her leave. I'm glad she left. She's in a great spot. Shout out to Dip. Put her up nice. So she's good. My pops is good. They obviously don't fuck with each other, but I fuck with them both. And she was not wrong at all. She did not leave him because he lost his foot. That's a myth that was put out there. What else have I seen? I don't know. But my dad did a great job raising us. My mom did a great job raising us. They didn't work out, and it is what it is, man. They both doing well, and I love them both.
I always trust oldest children reacting to their parents' divorces. Even if he said Tina was the worst mom ever and LeVar was the best dad, or vice versa, I believe oldest children because they got to see their parents the longest and they got to see them before they learned how to actually do the right thing. By the time they got to LaMelo, whatever system they had, it was perfected. They was still trial and error with Lonzo. And Lonzo, it was plenty of times where he had to be the most mature and probably help them get through certain things and all of that. So it's just like oldest children talking about parents' divorces. If we're not gonna trust the husband or the wife, we gotta trust somebody, and I think the kids got it.
I want Lonzo Ball to go into deep detail and tell us why his mom was practically forced to leave his dad. Although we're not obligated to know, we're just very nosy, but his daddy kind of put it out there first. I really want that young man to tell us. I want him to give every single detail, because now you done told us that she practically was forced to leave. You done told us all that. Now you got to say something else. You can't leave us like that's a cliffhanger. You cannot leave us like that. Although I do think majority of the women that said she was sick and tired of him, I do think that we're right. But I'm going to need for Lonzo Ball to go into detail and tell us why his mama left that relationship. And he supports her. I'm happy for that. So do it, Lonzo. Go into detail. Go do another interview. Tell us everything. Everything. We're nosy. I'm just as nosy as everybody else. Tell us every single thing that you know. Alright?
Lonzo Ball, I love that you are standing 10 toes down about your mama and clearing that shit up. But baby, you ain't even have to do that. Because we knew your dad was full of shit. If y'all haven't seen it, LeVar Ball done got on this here internet claiming that after 30 years, his wife sat up here and left him. Talking about he stood beside her when she had a stroke, and then when he got his leg amputated, she ran for the hill. And baby, Lonzo came out and said, wait. That's not how that happened. Actually, my mom was forced out. She never wanted to leave, and I had to help her move out. And gratefully, she is set up in a nice and comfortable place at this time. He said, listen, my parents weren't effing with each other at all. The relationship had ran its course. So the narrative that's going around saying that my mom left my dad because his foot got amputated is a false narrative. And then he wrapped that thing on up and brought it on home as to let y'all know, listen, I'm saying this, and I ain't gonna repeat myself, and we ain't talking about it no more. He said, my mom was a good mom. My dad was a good dad. They did not work out, but they are flourishing separately. That's it. That's all.
For getting up here setting the record straight. But there was so many black men that had the most foul shit to say when it came to women speaking out. That ain't no woman that's in no a happily married woman in no 20, 25, 30-year marriage is going to walk away from that damn. I love that her son got up here and set the record straight regarding their situation, that the story that the father painted wasn't what it really was. Like he said, she was forced to walk away from that situation, and he had to help his mother get away. He did all that while helping his mama and still respecting his damn father at the same goddamn time. But it's so many broken fucking black men in our community, they thought they had the most pivotal moment to think, and I'm all for men. That's the crazy part about it. But it was like so many goddamn men wanted to sit there and think they can clap. He was a provider, and he did this and that, and this is how the sons got to work they act. That's the same thing Joe Jackson ass did, and he traumatized the rest of the fucking Jackson kids. You see that shit too? It's a whole lot that goes with a whole lot, but y'all just want to look at the provider part. It's like, I don't know where the women and the parents is lacking at when it comes to raising y'all goddamn kids with some integrity, some substance about themselves, some morals. It's like a bunch of angry motherfuckers that don't know how to treat people. Like, where did this get missed at in the upbringing of raising fucking kids? Because the shit is crazy. Like, it don't make no sense. So many goddamn men was angry. To see it from so many goddamn black, like, they just couldn't imagine a motherfucking woman leaving a 30-year situation.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk. Got an excellent show ahead for you guys. The main topic tonight is, do women benefit more from being modern or traditional? But before we do that, we're going to get a couple reaction videos in, then we'll get into the main topic. So we're going to kick it off with the Lonzo Ball story. Saga continues. As you guys know, they are getting a divorce, been together for 30 years. A lot of the talk around the internet was that she left him because he got his leg amputated. There was also some sides of the story where people thought that he was controlling. The way he treated her, the way he talked to her is the reason why she's getting divorced. So just recently, one of the Ball sons came out and stated that it was necessary for his mom to leave. So I just want to get you guys' reactions real quickly on that. What do you guys think about it? The son coming up, speaking up for the mother.
I think he's shouldn't have said anything. That's what I think. I don't think it's his place to say anything. I think it was inappropriate.
It was inappropriate for him to speak up? Why?
Because it's none of your business what the parents are going through in the first place. So you shouldn't even be exposed to whatever's going on. And if you say anything, it should be that you're not going to say anything in regards to your parents. You're going to respect them both by not saying anything.
Okay.
I disagree. I think that he did right. I don't think he went into detail, but I do think that he spoke up in behalf on what he thought was right. And there was a narrative out there that just wasn't true, and it probably got to his conscience. And he didn't demonize his father necessarily, but he said he
Yes, he
let us
did.
know that I disagree with that. He let us know that his mom wasn't wrong, and it is what it is, you know?
He said he had to help her move, which would which would indicate some sort of issue between the parents. Because why would you need to help your
Yeah,
mother move? Like, you're
yeah,
insinuating like I needed to get her out of
yeah.
that situation,
No,
like there's some
yeah,
sort of danger or problem.
yeah. No, you're insinuating. He's not insinuating, you are.
No, his delivery and the way he chose to say what he said insinuated that,
No,
which is
you're
why the women and a few of those men, I guess you could say, said what they said in
yeah,
defense of her and what she had to do regarding the
mhm.
big black bad man.
Yeah, so you're insinuating, right? He's giving his account of the situation without giving us detail. If he say I had to help my mom move, guess what? It's just simply a fact. He had to help his mom move. We can be upset about it, but it's a fact.
How is she married and he needs to help her move, even if they are
Uh,
separating
that's a good question. I
after
don't think
30 years
neither.
of marriage?
Yeah, that's a great question, and I don't think either of us have the answer to that right now. But it is a great question.
I can piggyback off of that. If they are getting a divorce, then the marriage is irrelevant. So the situation is they are in a process of divorce. So therefore, he would not still be doing husbandly duties. Clearly, it would be that they are at odds, and therefore somebody else, the kids or whoever else cares for her, are stepping in. But I do agree that that would be implying and assuming that there's more going on just by a fact that somebody helped somebody move.
I mean, I can help my mom move right now. What does that imply to you?
As I said, his delivery and the way he chose to go about it, he spoke up for his mother first of all. He added his father in there later, maybe
Hmm.
because he realized he was speaking publicly, or thought about he may be painting a narrative based off the way that he was speaking. But
Yeah,
we're not going to act like his statement isn't saying something and it's in the mother's favor.
yeah. So what if in reality, right, his father did unforgivable things to his mom, right?
Or are we assuming now?
No. I asked the question. I
I'm
said
just
what?
saying it was a
Yeah,
problem
yeah.
when I had my
So
analogy, but you're
no,
assuming that.
yeah. But I made it clear that I asked the question. What if this happened, right? You insinuated, and I mentioned that you insinuated. But yeah, what if his father did unforgivable things? How would you feel? Do you think that he still took a step too far, even though he chose not to give details? He chose to respect their privacy for the most part, but he did say pretty much my mom she had to go.
What I'm going to say is that I'm not an advocate at all for domestic violence in any type of way. I still feel that whatever happened is still none of his business as the child.
What if he was involved in it? Right. So for example, right?
So you're
I,
doing this thing where you're asking a series of
yeah.
questions to try to, like, no, I stand where I stand.
Yeah. But just allow me to ask the question first. If he's literally involved in it because he had to stop what he was doing, leave his woman, and come help his mother, who is covered. She has a husband, she has a man. But I gotta get up from what I'm doing, fly to where you at, and help you move. And you saying it's not my business?
Oh, I
And you
love the
making me?
fact that you're saying he's not even in the same household as them.
I'm not
That
sure. I
that
was just.
makes it more of a reason why it's none of his business. He doesn't even live there.
But do you think I made a fair point that if I had to concern myself with another man's woman, who is my mom technically, but that's his woman, that's his business, and I gotta come and help her move, is it now my business?
It certainly is his business. Those are his parents. It's his business. So we can't, or typically most people don't disassociate themselves from their parents, their loved ones. When they go through things, it's also a part of them. They're popular, they're in social media, their names are the ones that are mainly mentioned. So this is surrounding them, certainly is their business.
This is a female trait. Men don't move this way. Men don't inform their children of every little detail and go calling their child. They don't handle things this way.
What's the relevancy of that point?
That's what women do. Women are the only ones that have a hard time keeping a hero the hero. A woman's gonna tell her child all the in and outs of why she's wrong, why the dad did this, and why she feels, because she needs that child to be on her side. We see it happen too many times when these women are getting left by dad or they're leaving the dad. They put the child in the middle, he becomes a weapon. It would be unfair to say that's what happened here, but we can't. Let's not pretend like we don't know that to happen. And I'm saying a lot of y'all, you probably have either seen it happen yourself or done it yourself. So the reason why it's not his business is because, again, it's not his marriage. Those are his parents, and you can't respect both of them. He picked a side. He picked his mother's side. Exactly what he said made it seem as if it took some weight off his mom and then reallocated that weight to the father. If you are a child, you need to stay neutral and stay out of that shit. And that's not what he did.
You know, Willie, when somebody's, and this might be bad, right? But when somebody's child goes missing, like they teenager, and I gotta go online and I gotta put up a poster and say, "Yo, this girl's missing. Come, help us out, help us." And then that girl comes back home the next day. That's my business. Where was she at?
You're
Where was she
comparing
at?
apples. You're comparing apples and not
Cause you
apples.
involve me now.
It doesn't move the conversation for me to even answer that question. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about. A child getting kidnapped and a woman leaving a 30-year-old marriage, not even in the same solar system.
All right, I dig it.
All right, let me get some other folks in there. What you thinking, Becky? I know you was sitting over there smiling at this dialogue going back. Where do you stand as far as your son speaking up for mom?
I do agree in some aspects that children should stay out of parental drama. In this case, I think it is harder for people to have those boundaries when the entire internet, including, I think this panel, has talked about the situation over and over and over again. And parents do a piss poor job of keeping children out of their business, right? Having known a number of people whose parents went through messy divorces, I do disagree that, they put their kids in the middle all the time. And I've seen it from both the mother and the father, unfortunately. And in this case, I do think it appears as if the mother, inserted, her son to come either rescue her or to help her. In this instance, I think he could have left out even those details and just said, listen, the assumptions are incorrect about what happened in the situation, but if the father, I haven't really been following, if the father did insinuate that, the mother did XYZ, and that was a lie, I don't blame him for correcting that and saying that was a lie. My mother left because she left. That's private family business, and I'd rather not anybody talk about it, even though I do know we're a public family. They put themselves in the public eye with a TV show, was it? Or series or something like that. And we all see what's happened when you open up your private life to the public. It gets publicly judged, and people then feel the need to publicly respond, which I think is a mistake on a lot of people's parts.
All right, go ahead, Toya. Oh, T, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, and I'll pass the baton to Toya. I just was going to say it's interesting. We're saying that it's no one's business, but the traits that were mentioned, which are irrelevant, like a female trait versus a male trait, really is irrelevant to this, right? But nonetheless, the dad, is the one who put the information out there. So at some point, when someone says, "Here is my business world for you all to see," then that is that messy female trait that the dad displayed. He put it out there. So you can't put your business out to the world and say, "Here, world, this is what's going on," and then say, "Everybody, it's none of your business," or especially kids who are, and these aren't kids, let's be clear, these are adults. So you can't say little, it's not like we're protecting little children. It's adults that this dad, Messi, put the information out to. Now he's getting a response, and this is surrounding the, um, I guess they're ball players. I'm sorry, but it's surrounding very popular kids. So of course they have something to say about it. I land there.
Can I add on top of that real quick? That's a very important point. Chatty Patty put this all on the internet. Shorty didn't speak on this divorce. We didn't know they was getting a divorce till Chatty Patty did it, right? So the dad went and streamed with Neon, with Neon. This is crazy.
So him telling that they separated and got divorced, that makes him the chatty.
No, he said a few things. He said he gave us a little bit
what
more.
else did he say?
He said, I used to think my wife was pretty because I was with her, but it's like now when you're not with her, now it's just different. Insinuating that he no longer thinks she's beautiful, right? That's one of the things that I remember. But he probably said more things. I'm not sure, but I remember that part.
Oh, I mean, so it's interesting that the pro mom side or the pro conjecture.
I'm not pro mom, by the way. I'm just fair.
The pro conjecture, pro speculation for the mom side only remembers the negative things he says, but then also doesn't remember the context in which he said them. So that's the point here. And he looked at every video we saw every week. So if you look at those people's platforms, we got a dude that's a stay-at-home dad that is also just not the most masculine man that also paints his fingernails talking about this guy's dad. Then we got a bunch of other single women whose children don't have fathers, from the two that I'm aware of specifically, whose children don't have fathers that are finally using this because now they feel like, oh yes, this is the chance for me to get my shit off on the men that fucked me and left me too. So it's not like these people don't have any personal skin in the game, but for us up here on the panel, I just think it's irresponsible to speculate and put all these extra things off when, again, when we spoke about this the first time, there's one person on the panel who was familiar with all 4 seasons of their TV show. And that person said that he didn't see any of this stuff, but he is familiar with, some of the behind the scenes things as well. And everything that you guys were saying, well, maybe he did this or what if he did that, it's just maybes and what ifs. None of that stuff is factual, but your opinions can be based off of those things.
The interesting part is that people did mention on the last show that they saw the show and that was enough for them to give us charactered witness of LeVar Ball. However, his son is his son, and he just gave us his account, and we're like, nope, conjecture. Oh, no, can't believe
he didn't
him, right?
give us an account of anything. He said that the narrative you guys have been given, and mind you, on that same show, nobody said they watched the show other than one person. Nobody did. They said they had seen clips. Not one person had watched one episode, but the person who spoke up for him. 2, he didn't give his opinion. He gave what he did. Like, he just gave his involvement in it and gave his take on it. And he's got the most firsthand information of us all. But even from that video where he put it out, the women were still going over there, adding their own 2 cents and they sauce to it, as if he said the shit that they were saying, or what he said proved the shit that they were saying. That's just not true.
Got you. He definitely, what he did say was his mom's not wrong. She was damn near forced out. And also, he had to help her move. What does that let us know? It lets us know that the man who was responsible for his mother, right, who was responsible, which is her husband, had another man have to help her leave the house, right? You're responsible for that woman up until you're actually, whatever. You're responsible, even till this day. That was your wife. You're responsible for her. You got to make sure she's still taken care of, right? To a degree. So
Which will be proving my point on how it's none of the child's business.
No, it's my business, it's your business, it's everybody's business.
No, it's not.
If
you just said she's the responsibility of the husband, that means it's none of his business. It also means he shouldn't be saying anything. And also, I find it interesting that you guys are calling him sassy or whatever, but then we're going to say the male and female gender roles don't matter when it came to me saying something. And we're not talking about what the dad said. The point was what the son said and how he shouldn't be speaking about it at all because he's not the husband or the wife. How are we saying that a husband cannot speak freely? Who are you to tell him he cannot speak?
You also didn't disagree when T. Tropez said that the marriage doesn't matter anymore because they're not together. Because you co-signed what she said, but then you just said you don't agree with it. So which one is it?
With the sassiness.
No, I'm asking Mont that question, not you, man. I'm sorry.
Okay.
And it said it was Chatty Patty, which I guess is the sassy part.
Yeah, I never called him sassy.
No, nobody did. But I know I'm just saying what she's talking about. But when T. Tropez said that the marriage doesn't matter anymore, and then you said, yeah, I agree, but let me add to that. You just now contradicted yourself. So does the marriage matter?
I didn't say I agree.
You did.
I didn't say I agree. Let me answer that. Hold on.
Like you literally said I agree. Let me add to that.
Okay, well, if I said I agree, let me add to that. I just want to give context. I don't remember her saying that, but the part where she I spoke on the part that I agree with pretty much, and I expounded on it. Yeah.
Regarding the gender roles, from the beginning, when the point was made, like this is a female trait, I asked what was the relevance of it because I have no interest in gender roles. So when there was a jab, so to speak, or the introductory of a gender role, then I addressed it. So my whole counterpoint was if you want to bring gender behavior in here and say this is a female trait, then my counterpoint to that was, well, what do you call a trait when a male, this male goes to the internet and he starts chatting about their business? So
I would say that it's not for women to say anything about what a man does. Only men can say something about what men are doing and hold them accountable. That's what I would say. I think women have too much to say.
So that's not holding males accountable.
You don't hold a man accountable. You're a woman.
You don't hold a man accountable.
That's not your place. So, you are to be led. You don't lead. You don't lead. You are to be led.
I don't want to talk against you. I want us to have a conversation.
Oh, I thought we were having a back and forth.
With you interjecting and talking over top of me, and I want to respect you. So just to be very clear,
I'm not disrespecting you by interjecting.
I just let you know that was disrespectful. So you don't hold accountability for
that's subject to interpretation. Like you said, my opinion is right.
It is my specific. You are directing this at me, and I'm telling you. So if you don't choose to accept that, that's on you. But that's nonetheless. Here's what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
If you feel that you are the type of woman that is inferior and therefore you cannot hold a man accountable. That
not what I said.
That is you. That is not me. I hold everybody
accountable. I know my place. I know my place.
I'm going to continue.
I know my place. Those little negative undertones are not going to work over here.
In your place
and you are a woman, so I don't have to yield to you unless a man or the host wants me to stop speaking when you're speaking. Because now you're trying to be funny, so I don't need to let you get it out. You're not going to do that little undertone, negative talking points at me. I don't care. You as a woman don't hold anything accountable. That's the problem. Modern woman. Yeah, land. Modern woman. You don't hold a man accountable for anything. You are not his equal. You are a woman. Huh.
If I could, one thing I will say is so y'all know I'm not biased. His one son's account, even though it's evidence, it's very possible maybe his one son is biased towards his mom, right? Now, if the other boys come out and say something, that's definitely going to be damning for me against the father. If all three of them can say something, however, I can admit it's possible that he's a mama's boy. I don't know, but I want to throw that out there.
You gotta remember too. A woman can't hold a man accountable because she has no enforcement arm to hold him accountable. Any accountability that a man takes when a woman presents it is voluntary. There's nothing she can do to force him to do it. You can't force anyone to be responsible or take accountability for something if you can't also impose some sort of consequence. And typically with men, the consequences that men respect are the physical kind. And since the majority of women can't enforce those consequences, any accountability or responsibility they get from a man is 100% voluntary. So that's not accountability, that's just voluntary compliance.
That's misogyny. What you just spoke of is misogyny, and it's the same way with how that is applicable, because people aren't going around strong arming people. We're not in that day and age. That a lot of accountability is through law. A lot of accountability are through legal realms that have nothing to do with physicality. So the statement stands for all genders. That accountability, so we don't have like a citizen's right to hold people accountable, that typically you can charge, and because of the care of. So if someone says to you, you are my loved one, I care for you, these are my expectations, the accountability is there, you're right, it's reciprocal, and it would be something that they would have to voluntarily want to do. But as far as the community, just because you're a man, now there's physicality, so I'm afraid you're going to hold me accountable, that does not exist.
I think
so. So we should also determine what the definition of misogyny is, because as we've used on the panel before, what I just said didn't qualify, because misogyny is the hatred or unnecessary bias towards women. So I don't understand how that's a intellectual jump to make from what I said to calling it misogyny just because you don't agree with it. And what I see is a lot of people who don't agree with things where it shows that women and men aren't equal. They call it misogyny because that's just the most convenient thing for them to say to try to refute the argument.
I'm going to pull up the definition. The misogyny goes beyond that, and we understand that there are parts of speech, nouns, verbs,
you can show me
etc.
the definition.
No problem. I'll pull up the definition, because I know when having this argument before that we want to land on specific points that are relevant, but it goes beyond that, and context matters. So I'll pull that up.
Yeah, because the problem with that definition is the phrase itself is about the enforcement of force, not gender. So again, it can't be misogynist because it's not about the point. It's not about the gender. The gender being used is just to illustrate the point and to highlight it. So that's why it fails the misogyny test for by the definition of the word. Everybody has their personal definitions. We get that. Like, we understand that that's a, it's a go-to word. It's a, it's a button you press on your roadcaster anytime a man says something you don't like. But unfortunately, nothing I said was about a woman's gender. So, yeah.
True, you going to get
True,
in
you
there,
was about
True?
to go.
No, I would say let's get Toy in there first, and then we'll go to True, because I know Toy was supposed to be next. Go ahead.
I really don't have much to say because I don't know this whole LeVar Ball person or nothing about his family. However, I will say that to say that his children don't have a say in what's going on in his parents' life is a little far-fetched for me. These are his parents. This is directly affecting him. So I don't see how that's not any of his business.
Toya, if I can, maybe you used the wrong word. You said have a say. No, they don't have a say, right?
Well, not a say, but it does concern him in some way.
Yeah, I just knew you used the wrong word, so I just wanted to make you aware.
All right, go ahead, True.
Yeah, I think it's somewhat semantical. Like, I've loosely followed the LeVar Ball situation. Why it's getting so much attention, it's interesting to me. I guess it's in a sense unfortunate that their relationship lasted as long as it did, but then it came to its demise, and now we're just on the outside, seeing it fall apart and pull at the fray of it. But what got my interest was the back and forth of what you guys were trying to mine out, and there being these tags that are thrown a lot of times, especially we talk about people of color, our community. I think, unfortunately, we have such a fragmented viewpoint of like masculinity and sometimes at a level of femininity, and then we throw tags on it. An expressive man can open up about things going on in his world, in my opinion. And it's no different if a woman is a little bit more assertive. It doesn't necessarily make her necessarily masculine. But I think we're still trying to like figure out where we all flow and move. And I think that we're adaptive people to where you can adopt certain expressions, maybe even characteristics. at times. It doesn't diminish a man's manhood. It doesn't diminish maybe a woman's womanhood or femininity. It all depends. So, I don't know. That's what stood out to me. We're just throwing out tags. LeVar Ball has always been, in my opinion, a very expressive, goofy-like man in his demeanor. But I've also watched him raise his family. I watched him be successful, go through the trials and tribulations. So on one hand, I see a man who built a legacy. And then I also see him being very goofy and charismatic in his own way. To me, I wouldn't tag him as a feminine man or a sassy man in any way, because he chose to expose his life to the public, which he don't owe us, in my opinion. And I'll land.
But did anybody refer to him
All
that
right.
way?
Hey, I'm just happy seeing all these
Hold
black women defending a black dude that's married to a white woman. That's the part that's killing me.
Yo, I was
never
take the words out my mouth.
seen this before, ever. Especially when it's a black dude that got some money. I am so, and this is an old black lady. This is an old white lady that she got black women age 16 to 62 defending her right now. Like we've never seen this shit before, ever.
All right, so I mean, it's a lot to unpack here, and everybody gave out almost everybody gave out some pretty valid points. I'm going to try to come at it from a perspective point of view, just to kind of seek understanding a bit. So I can understand why what LeVar Ball did would be considered to be ho shit, because typically men don't get on the internet and talk about their problems. However, a person who is in the limelight and is in front of the camera and their lives are spent on TV, particularly with they are all over social media and in to the point where you're doing reality series, you get very comfortable with that, and the lines become blurred as to what should be sacred and what should be for the people. When you watch these shows, I have a little bit of experience with the film and have been in some of these backgrounds to see how they egg you on, right? And they bring the most terrible things that they could put in the forefront, and that's what they put out to the public. So they absolutely push narratives. So it's very difficult to get a valid baseline as to how their relationship actually functions. Lonzo, as far as him making the comments on it, all those other guys, a lot of them were weirdos, and I'm really not just going to entertain them, but we'll go right to Lonzo. So his interpretation was how they were receiving it, right? There were a lot of men who did not agree with what happened. And typically what happens to men, at least that's how we feel from our perspective, right? Like we were victimized, women are incentivized to divorce and blah, blah, blah. That's just what the feel is sometimes. And the numbers will show you that does happen sometimes. So when the men heard that, they went on attack for his wife, and Lonzo attempted to have a neutral stance, but it was poorly executed. So he saw that his mom was under attack. So his neutrality, in my opinion, was to kind of even it out, to make her look like she was kind of a victim, but then clean it up to where he doesn't look bad either. But he really came in to save his mom because he felt like his mom was under attack. So that's at least how I see it, but I think it was poorly executed. And a lot of times, sometimes we dig too deep into why this happened. 30 years, they've already continued their legacy successfully, right? Regardless of if she made them smart, that's great. We know who was responsible for them to be able to make them what they are today as far as athletes, right? We could imagine that. That's just part of the pedigree. And it didn't work out. Sometimes it won't. They've already completed the mission to me. They've already created 3 successful men, right? And they can continue that legacy. So what if they don't continue that journey together? It is what it is. We go into these situations ill-advised and unprepared. Try to get married. You want to do the right thing. You're going in good faith. And sometimes it's just not going to work. Or we make so many changes in our lives, it's extremely difficult. And I commend those who can do it. But it's not something that we're all going to be able to do. If you can get a 20-year run, a 30-year run, a 40-year run, kudos to you, because that shit is hard. And most of us are not going to be successful at it. We try to be, but sometimes just to keep the peace, just to have peace of mind, you kind of need to separate. And hopefully they could probably be really good friends after this, and maybe not. Their children are at the point where they don't even need the co-parenting anymore. So we could get all wrapped up in why it happened, but why does it even matter?
Hey, anybody else want to add anything, Paris? I know you just kind of in and out. Did you want to add anything? What you heard? Yeah, I'm here just so you know.
So I didn't hear a lot of you guys' conversation. I'm sorry. But my personal opinion on whether or not the son should have addressed the situation or not, I think he was totally legit. That was totally fair of him to do that. It is his family that is involved and being talked about. So he is a part of the family. And if he wanted to defend his mother, I mean, that's what boys do. So I don't see anything wrong with it.
What was you about to say, Melanie?
You know, I just since you called it out, I'm gonna go ahead and say it. But in my opinion, that's what boys raised wrong do. That's what boys raised mostly by their mother does. Too much motherly influence. Of course, a woman would say that.
That comes back to LeVar. That comes back to LeVar for raising his sons wrong, right?
No, I love how you always seem to chime in on these womanly situations that I'm talking to with another woman.
Yeah, yeah. I'm a man. You know, I have a dictation over this.
Over what?
I can. The men on this panel control the panel. We the men, right?
Yeah,
That's
but
right. And
when
she's
you
inferior, so
choose,
she needs
but
to yield to you. She
when you
needs to yield
choose, when
immediately.
did I
You are
say
the
I
man
was
who has
inferior?
spoken.
When did I say I was inferior? Yeah.
I said you were
I'm
inferior
sorry. I
because
would
you
like to
said
finish. I would like to finish
you
with
could not
Ma.
hold a man accountable. So you
No,
said
it's,
you know
it's
your
not my place.
place.
I don't.
Be
It's not
in
my
be
place to
in your
hold a man
place
accountable.
and yield to this
It's
man.
it's
He is
it's
speaking.
not in my place to
Let
hold a
him
man
tell you the
accountable.
way things should go.
And it's
He's a
funny
man.
because you're trying
Sit
to
in your
pretend.
place
You're
and let
trying
the
to
man
pretend that
tell
you're
you how
such a
things should
lady.
go. How
You're
dare
trying to
you
pretend that you're
have a
such a lady,
different
right? But
opinion
I'm
than a
not talking
man?
to you. I wasn't talking to you. Extremely unladylike. Huh. So, anyways, like I was saying, matter of fact, refresh me on your question.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
What I was
address
saying
that.
was, you pretty much said boys that are not raised right or boys that are raised too much in the presence of women do things like this. If I allow my sons to be co-opted by a woman, or if I allow them to become feminine because they're around their mom too much, as a man, as a leader, it's all my fault.
I guess I'll give you that because you're a man. So I'm not going to combat what you want to hold him accountable for. But in my opinion, these behaviors shows that he spent too much time with his mother. The fact that only women are saying he was totally right for defending his mother, a woman would say that.
Yeah, and where I disagree with
So, but
with
I
her
don't
is,
understand why you're coming
yeah,
in disagreement with that.
yeah. So
Why?
I disagree with her when she says, well, not I'm not gonna say I disagree with her. I don't like the concept of boys defend their moms because that makes it look
So why are
biased.
we in a back and forth then?
Hold on, no, I'll tell you why I disagree with her and why I disagree with you.
No, I
I
want to
don't like.
understand why we're in a back and forth,
Yeah,
and you
no,
can
I got
talk to
you.
her
I
after
got you.
about what you didn't
So
agree with.
yeah, because so where you maybe misstepped possibly was you said that boys who are raised wrong do that. Now, that man is responsible for how those boys become raised. He's responsible for them becoming men. Ultimately, you are saying that LeVar Ball is the issue. Ultimately, you
No,
have to say
no,
that.
I'm not. I
Well,
said the mother. I said the mother was the
yeah,
problem, right?
yeah,
Because
yeah.
a man that's on his job isn't going to be at home all day. He's busy. So you're responsible for making sure that you are speaking and conducting the correct behavior to not bitch out your son. I
Yeah,
said exactly what I meant. Now, if you as a man
got you.
want to
Yeah,
hold the father accountable, that's something
yeah,
separate and I'm not involved.
yeah.
But I
I'm
said
a,
what I said.
yeah. Who's the leader of a family? Is it a man or the woman?
A man.
Who's responsible for the woman in the family? Is it the man or the woman?
A man is responsible for it in its entirety. She is responsible for the nurturing.
Yeah. But who's responsible for that woman?
I already answered you.
You gave a bunch of extra words, so I'm sorry. All right,
No,
so
you asked me two questions. You
yeah.
asked me who's
Okay.
responsible for the
Who's
woman.
responsible?
I said
Okay,
he
I'm gonna ask you
was. You
another
asked me
question.
who's responsible for the family.
Yeah.
I said he is in its
Yeah.
entirety, but
Got you.
she's responsible for the nurturing.
Who's responsible to make sure that his sons don't grow up bitch ass niggas?
They're both responsible, but the mother has the majority of the influence,
Yeah.
being able to be the one that's mostly in the home.
Got you. I'm gonna tell you, as a man, I don't share responsibility with women. I don't. If
He
my
did what
son
he was
grow,
supposed to do. His sons are these basketball stars, correct?
yes, they play sports.
Correct.
They can dribble.
Careers,
Yes, very
correct?
good at dribbling.
We know their name because of their father, not because of her.
Yes,
Correct?
correct.
Okay.
Yeah, My point is, if my sons grow up to be bitch ass niggas, I'm not gonna say, well, the mom just did. No, I'm responsible. I'm a man. I don't share responsibility with women. I don't. Their
You have a
responsibilities
need
are
to be
theirs.
right, so I'll let you.
Oh, okay. When the logic is, this is actually logical what I'm saying, but I understand you just want to. I get it. I dig it.
Can I say something that I think is interesting though about this argument is that I know most men who grow their sons to actually defend their mothers and the women in their family in general. And I do think that it's interesting because at what point, and maybe the men who have sons can answer this, if anyone has a son on this panel, at what point do you draw the line and say, defend your mother except against me? Or do you look at it as that? Because one thing is like, my nephews are raised to, like, now that they're teenagers, to always look out for their mom. You do this for your mom, you do that for your mom, like, as training them to how to treat a woman. And so it's like, at what point though is it defend your mom, protect your mom, be the man when I'm not around? And now that the dad's not around and he stepped in to be the man, there's some contention there.
I think that if you're doing this correctly, you raise your children to know how to rationalize and make logical choices. This defend your mom, defend your dad narrative is a divide, in my opinion. If you really, really built this household correctly, your children are smart enough, especially at the age to where they mature to be adults, should be able to understand and decipher where we sit, where we're at. So again, from us out, we're the outside looking in. They're a prominent family, right? That man did his job, in my opinion. And I think this is where I take pause with it, because our community hyper focuses on what it's supposed to look like when most people can't even make it to getting together and forming an actual family. Most people have sex and have kids. This man actually built his family. So now it's at the butt end and we're seeing the crash and burn. But like Trev said, and he said it eloquently, they made it 30 years. Regardless of the fact, now the dynamics and who's on what side and all that, I personally think this, again, is semantical. Those young men have every right, in my opinion, to have opinions about the life they lived with the family that they have. We're just spectators. But if you're raising your children correctly, in my opinion, they should be able to rationalize, take everything into context, and be able to make a choice, good, bad, or indifferent, because you raise your children to be independent. You raise them to be thinkers. You raise them to be rational. It's not a loyalty thing, in my opinion, at a certain point. So to your question, Becky, yeah, I don't think it's against me or against you. I think any respectable man, if he put what's supposed to be put in them correctly, he's going to expect them to hold true to integrity, in my opinion. And I land.
Anybody else want to respond?
I don't want to get misconstrued. I'm not personally saying that he raised bad sons. I don't think that he did a bad job. I was just going off of that premise. But I don't think he did a bad job raising his kids.
Sometimes when it comes to kids, since we're talking about boys, it's a possibility that to be more there may have been more to the story, and maybe Lonzo never asked or never had a conversation with the father, just instantly took the mom's side. So I've seen situations where that do happen, where the father's painted out to be the enemy, and he poured so much and did so much for the family that because of the way the mother feels, he just sides with her, and then the father is possibly looked at as the victim. I mean, that's the villain. So I think we got to be careful with that too, because we don't have the information. You know, he could have came out with this and he could have painted another narrative, and now everybody's looking at him like, see, you know, he was the one that had messed up and did all these bad things. So I've seen situations like that as well. We're going to go ahead and keep it moving then. Going to get to these super chats. We got Tail G, $2. T needs to enroll in Melanie University. We also got Love Up the DJ, $4.99. Willie, don't let T off the hook. She owes you an answer on misogyny. And shout out to the big baller here. Let me go ahead and get this. Eric Bauer, H4V with the 99.99. Damn flawless Melanie. Money signs. I want to thank everybody that's contributed to the platform thus far. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel and go ahead and share the stream while you're at it. Let's go ahead and get into this next topic. So I came across this discussion with Hitmaker. He was on Paul Pierce and was on the Azar's podcast, The Truth After Dark, and they had a interesting dialogue. So I did want to go ahead and react to this. This is leading up to our main discussion with the modern versus traditional, the heated debate on women's values. So let's go ahead and run this, and we'll go ahead and get some reactions to it. I'm looking for more from Toya and Becky and Paris on this one. So go ahead and get ready, Toya. Snap about it. Get you some coffee or something. All right, here we go.
Myself a certain different way, you know what I'm saying? So like, a lot of men are probably not capable of it or don't even think that it's realistic, but like, I'm just having, I handle myself and my business a certain type of way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think that in today's climate it's harder to date or feel like you can find women
It sounds
trustworthy
crazy.
or genuine?
I don't think no women is like genuine.
Okay.
I think a genuine relationship
Echo.
is when you find somebody that y'all meet on a common ground of having nothing and y'all build something together.
It says echo. All right, give me 1 second. Okay, I fixed it right now. Let me know if you're still here. Let me start it back over.
So like, a lot of men are probably not capable of it and don't
You still
even
here?
think that it's realistic, but like, I'm just having,
You still here?
Yeah, it's
Still
still
the
there.
echo.
All right, let me do this then. System. Let me know if you're still here.
handle myself and my business a certain type of way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think that in today's climate it's harder to date or feel like you can find women trustworthy or genuine?
I don't think no women is like genuine.
Okay.
I think a genuine relationship is when you find somebody that y'all meet on a common ground of having nothing and y'all build something together. That's really genuine. Like, everything's transactional.
Man, so I made the comment. I said, have you ever been married?
No.
So I made this comment that marriage is for old people and poor people.
True.
You agree with that?
Facts.
Man, see, and I got a lot of flack for that because I feel like when you're in those areas, it works. That's real love.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I feel like that's where real love is stacked up and placed.
Right. I think that marriage is kind of like, I don't see no men out here being like, yo, I can't wait till I get married. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's something that's kind of like done for women. But as far as me, like, I can only speak for myself. I'm never getting married. Like, not on paper.
Yeah. You said you would give a girl a 10-carat ring.
Yeah.
You would do the wedding. You would do the house, buy her house, but you just wouldn't do the paperwork.
But what is the purpose of the paperwork?
Right. Well, the purpose of the paperwork
It's to put you in court.
That's
what it's paperwork for.
It's to
I
create
ain't like, it's to put you in court, period.
It is to create
and some leverage for the girl.
It's the security for whoever is less well off.
Well, if you don't believe in me like that and you think I'm capable of actually being married to you and having children with you and just kicking you to the curb, then you don't have faith in the type of woman that you are, and you starting a relationship with an out. Like, I don't like that. Would you do something like, would you have a will or a trust where it's like, if we did divorce, like I got you and you're
No
straight?
divorce, no. So this is
or
what we
not
also
divorce,
say.
but if we did split
Say
up,
like we're together. If she's like, well, I want to need some security. I've been living with you doing this, and I was just like, well, I'll put you in the will. So if something happened to me, you know, you can make some decisions. Some stuff will go to you. But if we break up, you out the will. That's like marriage.
That's realistic.
That's like marriage, though.
Yeah, but I would still want my woman to work. So if I'm taking care of all the bills and I'm like, you're living in my home with me and you still work, you're basically stacking money and you're building your. Because
she can have her own money while you're paying all the bills and this and
Yeah.
that. Yeah, I get that.
But it's the thing too. What about like you want to go somewhere? Like, baby, let's go to the Bahamas. I gotta work, baby. Baby, I want to go. Like, you know, so like when you got some money, it's like if she working, how you go? Now you like, damn, she working so much. I'm gonna go to the Bahamas with this other girl.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. Like in reality, any woman that deals with me knows that I'm gonna have other women involved, regardless anyway.
Okay. Understanding.
Not in a disrespectful
Yeah,
fashion,
I
but
get
just
it.
the way our life moves, right? Like if I go somewhere and you're my woman and you know I have a high sex drive or this, that, and third, are we being honest with each other if I can leave you for 3 to 4 weeks and say that I'm not entertaining any other pussy?
Ooh.
That's crazy.
That's
crazy. You know the nigga.
I'm going to stop it there. So I know they said a few things in that dialogue. One of the things was about this whole paperwork thing. I don't know too many people who was married off paper. Do you guys know a lot of folks married off paper? Or are a majority of people get married legally?
I know a couple people that's married off paper.
Okay. I want you to hold that thought. So I do want to discuss that. One of the other things that was stated too is the fact that women need to accept the fact that when you're dating a man of substance that have value, that they're going to be dealing with multiple women, and that the women need to be okay with that. So I want to have those two discussions. How do you guys feel about those things?
When I think about it, he's like he said, marriage is for poor people, old people, and most of the poor people I know are married, and so are most of the old people. So I never thought about that. You got a point.
Yeah, I think these discussions take a different turn. I don't know if you fellas have had the privilege of dating women with money, but they sound a lot like the men with money when they got money. The only time you have this exchange is when the woman can clearly understand that she's coming into a situation where you're more prominent and more dominant financially. So then it's the whole, oh, well, you know, you tell them about a prenup, they get offended. But when they're in a position like you, they typically come with that foresight, that same type of energy. They want to protect what they work for. So that's why I always advocate for dating women who got money. Stop dating these broke women, fellas.
True. How many? Let's be real. There's not a lot of women out here that have money. There's not a lot of them. And the ones that think they have money are the ones that make $150,000, $200,000. You and I both know what we're talking about when we say when someone has money, and it's not those women. That's not what we're talking about, because those women, like you said, sound like men. They do. Oh, I make 6 figures. I do this. I don't need a man. You know, all of the talking points for when people have money. Those women aren't even desirable for men with money. Like, how many men do you know on average, like the men you know who actually have the type of money we're talking about, even give a damn how much money their women have?
No. You're absolutely right. It's not so much a care of them making the money. This is why I advocate for it. Making money changes a person, male or female alike, but you brought up women. When women earn, they come to the table a lot different than when they can clearly see a disparity. That's all I'm saying. So even if it's their 200,000 to your 5 million, her 200,000, she earned her 200. If she's not aware of where you're sitting, she's going to come and be like, check this out. I need to check that you're not coming in here trying to take what I've earned. That's why I say I advocate for women who make money. It's not the dollar amounts, the attitude.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah, I agree. No, go ahead. No. You haven't really spoken. Well, I'll land really quickly. I just was going to say that I agree 1,000% because it's the same that I would want a prenup too. I'm an advocate of it. Most people who have worked for their own background, they have their own. When we join, this can be an empire, but I also have things, or I'll just speak to people also have things to protect. So the prenup conversation would be for her and his protection. So when you have a person that comes in and they're just like, I got the money, I'm the motion, you coming on board to this, it is actually a different perspective when the person feels, even if they're not at your financial value, so to speak, they have a value of their own. So they're like, let me tell you, here are my terms as well. I land there.
Can you ask the question again?
I just wanted for you guys to expand and elaborate on how you guys feel about men of substance that have value, that have money, being able to have multiple women. That was one of the things I spoke about. And then the other was, I forgot that one. You guys start with that one. I forgot the other one.
Of course, that one's my favorite. So he's absolutely correct in his statement that it's natural for him to have more than one woman. This is a man's right. This is his nature, unless he chooses otherwise. I love the fact that he is saying it out loud. The one thing that I can appreciate about men nowadays is that they're talking more boldly about this rather than hiding behind lies and statements of cheating. Yeah, that's pretty much what I want to say. I think it's a wonderful statement that he made.
What about you, ladies? Do you guys agree with a man being able to move how he wants to?
I feel like men are gonna move how they want to regardless. That's just my point of view on things. However, I do agree with him to an extent, unfortunately, because I just feel like when a man has the means to move a certain way or take care of, multiple women, he's going to, especially if he has the means to it. I remember a man told me once, he said, cheating is a rich man's sport. And at first I didn't understand it, but it makes sense because he has the means to do so.
Well, he's not cheating. They're exercising their options. And exercising your
Well,
options
yeah,
is
he's not
clearly,
cheating per
hold
se,
on.
but what type of relationship is this man actually looking for?
Okay. So as I said, he's exercising his options. He's not cheating. Um, and it's every man's right, right? We just, as women, respect the one with the money because if you're going to lay down with someone else, right, you have to pay me to do so. But this is every man's sport, or else women wouldn't have children, multiple children by multiple different fathers.
Can I ask a
How
question?
does that correlate?
Correlate to what?
To I guess your point, them having multiple different children with multiple different men, like how does that correlate to,
Oh, I was further backing up why
I guess,
it's
the
every
cheating
man.
aspect?
Did you ask me a question? I'm trying to respond. Okay, so I said that to further back up
I'm
my
listening.
statement. I said that to further back up my statement without you having to ask an additional question, but you did anyway. I find it interesting that you only focused on that point. The original topic, or what I was responding to, is the fact that it's every man's sport, right? This is proven by the fact that most of the Black women have multiple children by multiple men that are not financially wealthy. So that's why,
Can I ask a question to you, Melanie?
of course.
Um, what's your point of reference for this being a man's right? Is it like a religious book, or is it just what you deem to be biology?
It's natural.
Okay, so
I
just
mean,
kind of
lions,
two
there's one
things.
lion and several lionesses. They kill the
Yeah.
cubs of any other prior men before they take over. And when they kill them, they actually
Yeah.
mount that woman the same day. So if you want me
Okay.
to reference something,
No, for sure. So this is my thing. A lot of times when we do this, this is the man's right and stuff like that. I'm not saying I disagree, right? But we leave out the woman's natural nature also, right?
you're
So if
talking
you're
about
talking,
whoredom.
yeah, no, I got you. So when we're talking about
Okay.
lions, right? Men wouldn't like the reality that once a bigger, stronger man comes and whoops your ass, these is my bitches now, right? They don't want to deal with that reality, but that's a part of how lions operate.
Your point.
That's I'm no, I'm fine with men having multiple women as long as we can acknowledge that women have a hypergamous nature. and they will leave you for the bigger, stronger man. I'm trying to be
Further
fair.
proving, I just want you to know you're further proving my point about the baby mama epidemic. Thank you.
No, I don't mind proving your point. I just want to be fair.
Ma, you
In
do.
what way? Fair in what way?
But wait, I thought the
I
baby
wanted
mama.
Hold on, just BK real quick. Fair in what way? About what?
because men have a natural nature and so do women. So that's all.
What's the woman's natural nature?
The
Since I've
woman's
stated the man's.
if the man's natural nature is to have a bunch of women, cool, right? A woman's natural nature is to get with the man or the men with the highest, with the most status, the most money, the most resources, the biggest, strongest men, and to
No,
leave that man for somebody else.
you're talking about whoredom. First of all, men and women are not equal, right? She is supposed to be given to her husband from her father. She's not even supposed to pick for herself. So you're talking about a more modern way of things, right? Because
Got it.
traditionally, she does not pick her husband because he's supposed to be vetted, right? This is how we end up with bodies, trying to do it ourselves, multiple baby daddies, like I said before.
Yeah. Okay. So you're going from what I wanted to clarify earlier. Are you going from some sort of doctrine, or are you going from just like biology? This is natural because you're going
This
from
is
something.
natural. It doesn't.
I got no. If I
In
could
the
finish my
Bible,
point.
if you want to reference something, it's in the Bible.
If I
They
could
have
finish my
multiple
point, young
women in
lady,
there.
because I'm a man and you're cutting me off, and I don't like
I
that.
apologize.
Okay. So we went from what's natural to a doctrine. So we went to the Bible from what's natural. So now you're using two points of reference. So that's why I want to know, which one is it? Is it the Bible? Okay, you're supposed to you're supposed to be given to a man and all these other types of things, or is it just natural? We animals, we fucking.
Did you land?
Yes.
Okay. So if you want me to answer you, it would have to be both because you can find it in the Bible, you can find it in nature, and you can find it in men.
That's
Anything
very
else?
interesting. No, that's very interesting because my entire life, right? The vast majority of people, no matter where you are on earth, that practice the Bible, practice monogamy.
You're talking about the New Testament. The fact that it's present, it could be found in the Old Testament. So you're picking and choosing which part of the Bible, like most people do, right? You're picking and choosing what point in the Bible you want to refer to. But I guess we're both right based off your statement.
So I don't read the Bible personally, but all I know is that, and when you look at the people who practice what's in the Bible, right? The vast majority of them would argue that a man is supposed to be with one woman, and you do have
As I said, New
the small
Testament.
groups of people who disagree.
As I said, New Testament.
Whether
Okay,
it's New
we use the
or
first
Old
one.
Testament. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
They had wives,
No, I'm saying we got to use.
concubines. They had wives and concubines.
Which they were not supposed to have. So if we're going to talk about the Bible, we
I
can have
just
that
wanted to say
conversation.
real,
But
and
Are they
by the
both
way,
not in the
all
Bible?
of you all,
Are they
I
both
will
not in the
give
Bible?
I will give you respect because you're a human being, not because you're a man or a woman. Just you are a human being, and as you're speaking, I will give you respect. So, but nonetheless, here's the thing. She said the Bible and then got mad when you selected a portion of the Bible. What you said is still
No, I said
inclusive.
it can be
But
found
nonetheless, as
in the
it relates
Bible as
to
well as in
nature,
nature,
here
as
is
well
what
as
is
in
very
men. I said
interesting.
three
Jody,
things.
one mic, y'all. One mic. One mic.
Thank you. Here's what's very interesting about nature, and this is where biasness comes in, so I can bring in the definition. Biasness also includes aversion to, which is, misogyny comes in, because misogyny also includes aversion to, and aversion is a bias. So here is where the biasness comes in, because she said men, it is a part of their nature, and related it to the lion, he can have as many women as he wants. He can fuck off. He can have all these babies, but oh my God, when she starts fucking off, she's a whore. Same behavior, same nature, but yet one gender does it, and this is their God, this is their right, this is nature. But the other gender, that's why you have whores and that's why you have baby mothers. This is complete misogyny and it's ridiculousness. I land there.
So to be
Man, a
real
back
quick,
and forth during monologues is so frustrating. But go ahead, Will.
just again, since we're making up definitions for more words, an aversion means a strong dislike, resistance, or feeling of wanting to avoid something. Doesn't mean bias, and it's also not a part of misogyny. You're not gonna get off the hook with this one. The definition of words, we have a dictionary in our language, and as complicated as our language is, orthography means, excuse me, as complicated as the orthography of our language is, it doesn't help us to start trying to remix definitions just to support points that we're trying to make. Like, so again, we've understand that what misogyny is, and now we should all understand what aversion actually is. A woman saying that a man in his nature is not monogamous, and then using the Bible as a source of another reason to support her point, is just her giving 2 points. It's not, those two things don't have to be from the same space. Yes, it's in the New Testament. I mean, one's in the New Testament, one's in the Old. And again, if we look at what's in the New Testament, it's what most people are taught by. That's where most of the values come from. That's where most of the values for Christians, come from, people too. And I know that BK is very well versed and read when it comes to the Bible. And one of the things that I was expecting for her to push back on, if it was to be pushed back on, was the point that you just pushed back. And she accepted that. So it's I feel bad saying it because as a guy who should have a bunch of women and won't. There's nothing wrong with identifying and acknowledging a man's nature. There's nothing wrong with that at all, because it's what a man is meant to do. But to Melanin's point, she does.
I think the Bible contradicts nature.
So to Melanin's point, she does also, she did tie it to saying single baby mama culture, and how, again, there's, for every black woman without a child, there's 2 black men. And that does say something about that.
Just to respond to, so the definition, and let's do this, we could do a cash app because you're going to owe me $50. So I already quoted that Webster's definition, because you are well aware that there are different forms of definition, but Webster is one of the long-standing places that define things, specifically has aversion in it. And when you look at the context of words, because reading a definition, there's parts of speech, nouns, pronouns, etc. We shouldn't have to go into the semantics of this. An aversion, in the context that it's used in, can be biasness. There's also prejudice that's used in misogyny. So that was my point, just to be very clear on that. And then the second part, there was a question by the gentleman who asked her, are you speaking about biology or are you speaking of some form of doctrine? She specifically said both, and she said the Bible. So in saying the Bible, the point that she referenced, and then he uses a portion that she referenced, and then she's like, oh, that's one portion of the Bible. That completely negates itself. That's ridiculous. She needs to be consistent. If you're going to bring up something and say that it's the Bible, and then he uses a portion of it, it's just complete contradictory to then say, to pick and choose which portion of which she referenced she will allow. I land there.
It's interesting. Again, we make up words because we want to. All you have to do is let people talk long enough, and that's what I do. I'm not going back and forth with you because you're wrong, and I don't want to take your money either because I don't need it. However, again, she used 2 different examples, and there's no point in trying to nail her down, because unfortunately she's right. And what I think is that a lot of women have an aversion to using the words they need to use to prove points, because when they don't agree with something, and that's what we're seeing tonight.
Point it out specifically. So let's do this, because I want my $50. I want my $50. Go to Webster right now. Everything that I said is a fact. When you look up the definition, aversion is included. When you look up the context of aversion as it relates to misogyny, it relates to biasness. So we can put the money on it to make it fun. I don't really care what you need or what you don't need. It was my comment. But all of the things that I have said, so anybody who is listening, fact check that. Literally Google Webster definition of misogyny. Aversion will be included. And then look at the context of what aversion means to the word misogyny.
And then, okay, even if we'll say you're wrong, that's fine. But I'll pretend like you're right. And if you use what's your definition to what I said, you see that it's not based on, it's rooted in misogyny, because it wasn't about the gender, which misogyny is. So you're wrong again. And again, you're welcome to letting you keep your $50.
So let's just do it. Anybody want to fact check this? Because I do want my $50. I would love to have a couple of drinks.
Yeah, I don't want to spend a whole show on that. So somebody can fact check it and put it in the back chat.
Thank you.
As well as in the chat, somebody fact check it.
Can I just mention really quick that I don't know what Bible, Old Testament, New Testament, but I do recall something in the Bible saying that every man should have one wife, and one woman to each her own husband, something like that. But so I'm lost on where you're trying to say that the Bible is allowing these type of
Because I remember
relationships.
the Bible talking about wives and concubines or something like that.
Well, can I
Okay,
interject here really
go
quickly?
ahead.
So one, polygamy is allowed in the Bible as akin to slavery was allowed in the Bible. So when people like to
We can't
argue,
hear you.
uh,
You
can you
can't hear
hear
her.
me?
You can't hear her.
Oh, you can't hear me? Okay. I'm like, so when we like to argue polygamy, I always say, well, then let's argue slavery as well if we want to go off of what was allowed, right, during those times.
The
So while
discussion.
polygamy was allowed, right, it was not optimal, and every story of polygamy had negative context to it, right? And then people always go back to the point of creation was the origination of Adam and Eve before sin. So I don't believe that it's in a man's nature to have multiple women. I believe sin is in every human's nature because of the fall, right? Which is what the Bible says, going back to Genesis. So all's that to say, right, is that people are going to choose how they want to live life and how they want to sin, because doing that is that, because you're supposed to be married, which is actually polygamy, right? You were married, you had a contract. In Jewish, even concubines had contracts, and it meant you have a certain level of protection and provision by the person who you were sleeping with. Most people are not arguing actual polygamy. They're arguing whoredom, as Melanie stated. That's from a man and a woman's perspective, because they're not saying they want to be married to someone and provide and have a relationship for life with them, right? They're saying they want to have unauthorized sex with multiple people, whether that be a man or a woman. So I just think that to the whole thing about provision, kings were not to multiply wives for themselves, according to the Bible, Deuteronomy 17. I forget which verse it's in there. And priests also were not allowed to have, they weren't supposed to have multiple either, because the bloodline was guaranteed through the man. And in the New Testament, just to connect this all for you, Jesus, people, we are supposed to be a priesthood if you are a believer in Jesus. And you can look up the requirements for priesthood. That's why it says not given to drunkenness, all these things that you shouldn't do, whether you're a Jew or a Christian.
Several things you said were awesome, but some of what you said displayed the need to be right for women. But well spoken.
Can I just interject for a quick second?
Let's get Paris
Thank
in there
you,
too.
BK, for your input. That's exactly what I was looking for. However, if I were melanin, I would have stuck more with biology instead of the Bible, only because I feel like biology is the only leg you really have to stand on with men. It's being in their nature, to have multiple women, because a man can impregnate 50 women in one day, but a woman can only be pregnant once. You know what I mean? Like, she can only carry one baby at a time, or, for some people who carry multiple, that's a different story. But yes, I would more rely on, the biology of things for you, because of all the sperm that they have and how many women they can impregnate in a day.
So that's subject to opinion. That's subject to opinion, but this is also
No, that's actual
this is
biology.
also
That's
somewhat.
biology.
I just
If
love
you
how people
know
don't
the
want me to
biology of how
interrupt,
things
but
work,
you
you would
landed. You
know that
landed.
men
Did you not
produce
land? I'm sorry,
billions
but
of
you
sperm
landed. So
a
why are you
day,
talking when I'm
and seeing
talking?
as how
I
they
don't
produce so
understand
much
why you still
sperm,
have something to
they
say.
are able
You
to
already
impregnate more than
landed.
one
You
woman
need to be
in a
right.
single day
You
because
cannot be
of the
quiet and let
production
me
of their
speak
sperm.
after you
So I
already
can go ahead and land
speaking,
there,
because
and you
you
can
need to be
continue to
right.
talk to
You
me
need
about
to be right.
something
You
that.
need to be right. So, like I said, because you landed. So, like I said, okay, the reason why the Bible was referenced is because of the original question asked to me. I didn't have a problem with leaving it out. So, what you're stating should be directed towards the person that asked me a two-part question.
You're not talking about me, right?
I'm not talking to you.
No, I was saying, are you talking about me? Like I was the person? I'm just making sure, because I'm not sure if it was the other girl or me.
What was your question?
It was about were you using nature or the Bible?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So,
So
Toya, as I said, directed to the side of you.
yeah. Yeah, so you're the one who used.
No,
I
it
asked
was
you
still
so.
directed towards you because I was just
That's
saying that,
fine.
you could
Yeah,
use the
that's
nature
okay.
instead of the
That's
Bible
okay. That's
as a
okay.
leg to stand
Of
on.
course. I chose what I chose.
Yeah. So the reason that you can't, that I don't think that you can, it's illogical to use nature in the Bible is because the Bible directly contradicts nature and teaches you not to act upon your nature.
Yeah, I
New
think
Testament, as I said.
I
No,
think that
I'm just in general. If your argument is it's in your nature, and this is why I think we should be doing it, right? The Bible directly contradicts it, and it speaks about our nature, right? It speaks about lust and all these types of things, and it directly tells you to not act upon these things.
Okay, so then are you in disagreement with the fact that it's a rich man's sport? Because I think you were the one that said that original statement, were you not?
No, that wasn't me.
Okay. So do you agree or disagree with that?
That polygamy is a rich man's sport?
That multiple women is a rich man's sport?
No, I ain't gonna say that. I get
Okay.
bitches.
Okay,
I
then
think
I'm sorry for accusing you of the original statement.
I think the challenge is that because you guys all make good points, and we can pull apart the Bible all night if you guys like, but I don't think no one wants to have that conversation, ad nauseum. People want to borrow what's good about the Bible when it benefits them. And the reality is, relationally, if you're gonna, enact your life as being a sinful person, you have no bearing to hold another person to any standard that comes directly from the Bible. Makes no sense. Being faithful is not human nature. Being faithful, and what I mean is that it always requires an alternative outward force, whether it's family, a tradition, religion, rules. If we as humans were just good people, we wouldn't have policies and laws. We wouldn't have enforcement arms. But that's not nature, right? So this is where it's always laughable to me, is that people want to slide over to the Bible and stand on something, but then want to denounce all the other stuff. Because if you want to walk that walk, even if someone cheats on you, you're supposed to forgive them 70 times 7. And even though the Bible says that you can divorce for that, it also says you can forgive and reconcile. But no one, again, wants to take that walk. So to me, it's kind of pointless that the vast majority of people do not give God his reverence, but then want to borrow faithfulness. It's laughable. It's kind of a joke. So if you're going to deal with another human, in my opinion, and you don't really have that alignment like that, be subject to understand that you're going to deal with nature. And human nature is inconsistent, selfish, and sometimes fallible. That's just facts. So figure out how to deal with the person within their level of capacity to arrive in a relationship that you think is supposed to operate a certain way. And if faithfulness is not the thing that person can do, then find someone that can, or don't put so much heaviness on it, and just be prepared to when they let you down. Because if y'all can see, folks is getting married under the word and whatnot, and divorces is happening, and babies is coming out of left field. And so what are we really doing? I think, what are we really doing? And I'll land.
All right, Paris, you want to chime in?
Oh, okay, I was trying to cut my mic on. I totally agree with the gentleman that just spoke. There, a lot of people do reference the Bible when it's to their point or they're trying to prove a point. But we like to cherry pick. So the bottom line is it's all nature. Like men does have desires, and if the woman that's with that particular man is not meeting all of those desires, then expect that he will find someone that will, and just suck it up. Like, just, it is what it is. But to say that, every man is, I'm not going to use the word cheating, but every man has to sleep around. That's not true. There are some men that are content with one woman, but that's if that woman is meeting all those needs. So it's just,
So I can appreciate that you chose a different word. I would like to point out that the other word that you chose to use was still a negative connotation on the act, right? And it's only negative because it's a man. I find it funny how women have such a problem with this, but we can't find virgins. We can't find women that lost their virginity within marriage. We can't find women with low body count, you know? We are so excited to big up moving on and the next man and how we can be equal to a man when our value as a woman would be how we carry ourselves, the fact that we're exclusive, right? The fact that we're married and our children are by the same man. The fact that we understand that our womb is a sacred portal and we shouldn't just let any and everyone inside of it. It's funny.
What does that have
Modern
anything to do
talking
with what I
points.
just said,
Interesting.
though? I'm
We have the youth
confused.
coming up behind us, right? These type of talking points aren't good for them. I'm pretty sure none of us wants our daughter to be a whore. So why are we advocating for the bad behavior, whether men do it or not? Because as I said, I'm not responsible for policing a man. Men can hold other men accountable.
Sweetheart, what does that have
I'm a
anything
grown
to do
woman.
with what I just
I'm
said?
grown. Paris,
Again,
I'm grown.
what does that have anything to do with what I
I
just
was
said?
rebuttaling. You can take what you want from it.
Yeah, I know. I want to listen to your rebuttal, but
Well,
I'm
then you
trying
should have,
to.
because then that means you're listening to respond because I just said it.
No, so I didn't mention anything about women being
I
promiscuous
mentioned what I
or.
mentioned as a rebuttal.
So it
You
has nothing to
understand
do
what a
with what I
rebuttal
said.
is,
That's
right?
fine. I was just trying to get an
Okay.
understanding. It had nothing to do with what I said.
Okay, so you should be asking questions then if you want to understand something that I
I
said.
did, sweetheart. I asked you, what does that have to do with what I
And I
just
answered
said?
and said it was a rebuttal to your statement. Question asked, question answered.
I think everything that you said did contradict your lion point too, because lions be having a bunch of baby daddies.
That's because they're being dominated, as would women, right? If we didn't have rules that men have put in place to protect us, right? We then wouldn't be laying down fucking freely like we do. It would be through physical domination, as in the Lion Kingdom. So that was nice, but I'm still correct in what I said.
No, yeah, but you brought up lions as if we should
It's
be
not a
moving like lions.
contradiction, is my point.
But you brought up lions as if we should be moving similar to lions,
No,
and
I
they
brought up
have.
lions in the
I
reference
wasn't
of multiple women by one man.
I wasn't finished, man. Um, yeah, you brought up lions as if we should be moving like lions, and lions got a bunch of baby daddies.
Lionesses
So
have
lionesses.
multiple baby dad. No, you don't talk while I'm talking now, respectfully. Lionesses have multiple baby daddies. They don't get to raise them to full grown though, because they're killed. So technically, since that one's dead, they only have current child by current man. But I digress, right? Another natural nature that women are protected by men through society, because we can see how these stepdaddies and boyfriends are harming these women's children, right? But to stick on what you're saying, my point of bringing up lions and lionesses was to further my point about multiple women. You asked me to give you multiple references. I said Bible, nature, and the watching of men, right? And even women are trying to argue that I'm not correct. Then why do we call it cheating, right? That's just more nicer off the tongue for a woman. It's more nicer to make you feel guilty about something that's your nature, right? But most men nowadays are raised by women. So you don't even understand, because you don't get to be up under your father. You don't get to have those conversations that you have with your father that the mother and the sisters know nothing about. But I don't like to monologue, so I land.
Yeah. So when you again, your lion point was weak, and what I just did was defeat your lion point. So all you gotta do is say, "Oh, I get it. I shouldn't have said lions."
I would love if anyone on the panel, if the host doesn't mind, if we can vote on if he defeated my point or not.
Yeah. Okay. But real quick, I just want to add this.
But there's no but though. I just asked for something.
Wait a minute, you're a woman. You're supposed to
The
yield
host
to
needs to
him.
respond to me.
It's cool. She not
Yield to
feminine.
him.
It's cool. It's
And you're
cool.
not
She's not
ladylike.
deal with this
ladylike.
type of.
You're not
She's not
ladylike. I'm not
ladylike, and
talking
she's
to
not.
you.
So
I'm not
I
this
deal
talking
with
is
this
to
type
you.
of woman
So
all the time.
telltale
you're
gaslighting.
equally unladylike. You're
Everything that
equally
she does,
unladylike.
she
So why
will
do you have a
find
problem with it? Because I
something
wasn't
to
talking to
support
you.
it.
So
So
you would be
either
also not a
you
lady.
women
You would
need to
also be
yield to
not a
men, but
lady.
she doesn't
You
follow
know,
her
you're doing
own
exactly what
rules
you're
and
saying
yields
that
to
I'm
men.
doing.
It's
But then you think
ridiculous.
you have a
But
right to say that I'm not a lady.
go on, dope daddy.
Interesting.
Go on,
I
dope
was
daddy. What you
talking
got?
to
Go ahead,
the
dope daddy.
host. I was talking to the host.
She disrespectful talking to men like that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
It's cool.
questioning some things right now when it comes to talking to you.
I see.
The only thing I was going to say is that the point is moot and ridiculous. One thing, when you talk about human nature and biology, that is not animal nature. That was kind of, it's ridiculous. They are not the same. They're not comparable at all. So when you use something that's analogous, that you would then go back to human nature from the beginning of time. All animals aren't the same, and humans and animals certainly aren't the same. So to say that, oh, this is nature, and then to compare a human to an animal is utterly ridiculous. But
So I
I
don't
land there.
have a need to be right, so I yield to anyone else that would like to chime in.
Can we explore the nature? Can we explore the nature though, T? I mean, just to your point, because I agree that we're not animals. I get the reference. People understand the reference. I think we're smart enough to understand the reference. But if you just observe nature, like as far back in history as you want to go, even current day, humans are pretty consistent. And what it seems is that we're trying to form this alliance in relationships that may be possible, may exist, but I don't see it spell out often. Most complaints are coming from infidelity, dishonesty, mixing, blending of family. That's nature. So regardless of the laws and the ramifications, I'm not saying I agree or disagree. I'm just observing reality. Most people on this panel have not had sex with just one person in their lifetime. That would tell me that nature is consistent, right? So when we talk about trying to find this fantasy of a man and a woman who are perfectly aligned and who do not cross each other in a disrespectful manner, especially current day, it seems like fantasy-like thinking to me. We're adults. We're not children. Most people, in my opinion, fall short when it comes to this. Would you agree?
I do agree with that. Here's the part that, because it was a part two to that, right? So one was the argument of, is it nature? Okay. So I can agree with you that perhaps that's human nature. As far as social constructs and nature, that may be different, right? Because we had very different social constructs and people follow that. But here I am with this, right? So I agree in comparing human to human, yes. The issue is that there was a point supporting that to say when men do it, it's okay, that's their nature is right. But when women do it, these concubines and whores and all these baby mamas, that is completely asinine. That if we're saying that this is human nature, either gender that does it is simply, with human nature. It's not that if a man does it, it's his biological nature is right. And if a woman simply follows nature, now she's a whore. That's ridiculous.
Real quick, I think it's, do you mind if I speak for a moment? Okay, I find it interesting that we're saying that nature has nothing to do with it, but women love to call a man a dog for cheating, an animal.
Wait, but isn't that the point though? Is that when you do
I don't
something
know what she's talking
morally
about, particularly
it puts you in the
when
position of the
the
animal?
point that she made was about lions and lioness. When he asked, so I'm sorry, Dope Daddy asked for her to support her point, and did she believe that this was nature, or did she believe it was supported by doctrine? She brought up lions and compared lions to human beings and said that that is the reason why we're able to be whores, but men being whores is okay and women being whores is not. So my counterpoint was that that was a poor analogy because human beings are not animals. We don't have the same nature. So that was specific to that. Now, true, he actually brought up a comparable point comparing humans to humans. So I just don't even know where she is.
Well,
I don't know.
I want to
T,
stay there.
can I ask a question? All right, go ahead, True.
No, I want to stay there because what I find interesting, this is my perspective, when we argue nature, and women try to align here in the equality where it comes to men express themselves sexually a certain way, so equally women should express themselves sexually the same way. That's the nature part. Right there is where it cancels out for me. If women were as open sexually as men were, any man could hit it. Any man could get it. And we know, if the women are being honest, that is not true. That you guys qualify men a certain way. And this is what makes us different. We do not qualify women the same way sexually. Our qualifier for a woman engagement relationally looks like y'all qualifications sexually, typically. Most women, in my opinion, do not sleep with every man. They sleep with that man mostly from the qualification that he could transition past this interaction. He's good enough to probably be with. You'll sleep with him, but he's good enough to probably be with. That's not the same on our end. Go ahead. Go ahead.
True, I want to push back on that. I want to push back on that point, right? So I agree with you. Women don't sleep with every man the way a man would sleep with almost every woman, right? However, there are certain men, a smaller group of men that women want to sleep with. And it seems like a lot of these people try to make an argument that a bunch of women should be with one man and no other men, not no bunch of baby daddies, and all of that is nonsense if we're using the nature, right? Because she will fuck another nigga, he just ain't gonna be anybody.
Yeah, but to my point, so if numerically, that's still strong arms. Even my point makes it more consistent. It's still nature, regardless of it's a small group or not. In a woman's typical nature, she is going to only deal with a man a certain way, and she's going to qualify him a certain way. So for women, in my opinion, to argue against the nature of men where they're more open sexually it's a false equivalent. You don't operate in the world that way. You don't carry yourself that way. Women don't do what men do, but in almost no metric, but they want to argue from the place of sexuality. And I asked this some months ago, when do we start to hear women want to be as generous, as forthcoming, as direct, as chivalrous as men? Because those are positive characteristics, but they never argue that. They want to say, well, if you can be a whore as a man, I should equally be able to be a whore and not be shamed for it. And that's my argument.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with your points on male nature. I don't disagree with your points on male nature. I just disagree with how I think you guys are framing female nature. I'm trying to talk about what the reality is, and I think we're more idealistic when it comes to female nature, and we're more real when it comes to male nature, and I think that's the issue.
That's because we hold women to a higher standard because their virtue is of more value just in our society. But like the problem is y'all keep attacking examples and not the underlying points. Like it's getting so pedantic now that you guys are getting stuck in like in the semantics of words and making up words and shit. Like if you have an argument to push, attack the logic, not the person, not the example they give, to refute the point they're making. And nobody is doing that. Y'all just attacking the examples. To use lions, you could have said fucking dolphins. But the point that she's made, not one of y'all has refuted that point yet. Oh, excuse me. Hold on for a second. Stop the show. What's up, Bo? How are you? All right.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. If somebody brings up a weak point, if somebody brings up a point to strengthen their argument, I'm going to knock down that weak ass point, and now they don't have an argument.
You didn't knock down the point. You knocked down the example, which is what I said.
Well, if they bring up an example to strengthen their argument, I'm going to weaken their argument by knocking down the example. It's just logical.
So that's
but
called, that's concrete thinking and surface level reasoning, and that's why the conversation doesn't move.
I had a question about that though, right?
It sounds good, but no, it's very logical.
All right, so I got a question about that because I mean, like Willie said, we kind of get into the semantics of everything, but can we agree that there is at least socially accepted double standard between men and women, or are we thinking that men and women are expected to do the same exact things?
There's a double standard.
I don't think there's a double standard. I think it's a different standard.
I agree with Willie. It's a different standard.
I can agree with
go ahead.
well.
Go ahead and expand on that.
Yeah,
between the difference.
The different standard.
With
what do we?
No. Just
women don't get mad when a dude has been with 20 women because they know that he's going to likely be able to please her if he's been pleasing that many other women. He's had that much access to women. He is a proven commodity that if women like men that other women desire. So now, if that doesn't go for men, a dude is not going to want a woman that's been with 20 niggas, 15 niggas. Like, that's a lot of dick for her to take. And what men value is chastity. We value inaccessibility in our women. So if 15 niggas have got with the same woman we've got, and we all know that when women age, they swear their value goes up as well. So what they require is going up too. So now that her value, when her requirements when she was 25 and she let 40 niggas fuck, are not going to be, it's going to be a lot higher when she's 40 because she thinks because she's 40, she's worth more. And men, we know that not to be the case. We don't want women that a lot of men have touched. We're not seeing women in mass avoiding men that have been with a lot of women. And the ones that claim they do wouldn't know anyway, because the men that they like, other women like too. It's something they accept silently because they have to. A man wouldn't even be attractive to most women unless he was attracted to other women as well, because these women do not differ so much what they look for in a man. They want niggas that's 6 foot, all of the 6s and the 9s and the 12s and the millions of dollars and all of that. So all of those niggas that have those things are going to be attracted to almost all of those women. So to expect a man to sit here and have the same standards as what it would take to saying be successful with women and what they value, it's nonsensical. It's not. That's what's actually asinine. That was a great word to use earlier, but here's a better case of it. It's asinine to think that's the case, because again, women don't want niggas who don't have experience. Everything women value about men is rooted in experience. They want them to earn more. They want them to be emotional. They want them supportive. All of these things, right? And then what happens when people say that is, again, the naysayers, the contrary women, they try to make these pedantic points to say, well, no, that's not what all women want. It's not what we're saying all women, the majority of women. And when I say the majority of women, I'm talking about the majority of women that these ideal men want for themselves, which unfortunately tends to not be the women that are arguing against it. They're hating from outside a club they can't even get in.
Right. So T, did you have a disagreement with that? I mean, you shook your head a bit, and I know you had a different opinion as to what that was. So what's your thoughts on that?
The only thing, a lot of the stuff that he said was actually true. The only thing I will say is that he then switched experience. So he was talking about experience and was talking about women being whores, 60 dicks or whatever he said. And then when he started talking about men and experience, he switched men fucking 60 pussies to then saying, experience with emotions and experience with a lot of the characteristics that we value. So it wasn't an even comparison. That I believe that evenly that most people, male or woman, does not, wouldn't want their man or woman having a whole bunch of dicks and pussies. When you talk about experiences as it relates to being relatable, emotionally supportive, which those are similar characteristics that he used, then sure, both genders would like for their partners to have some form of emotional support. I land there.
Trev, let me pose the question. If someone asks you what your body count is, are you ashamed to tell it?
No.
I would say that most women up here are, because they know something is wrong with have taken 60 dicks. I said 30, or I said 20, I think, because the last time I said 60, I guess it was that girl's body count and she got mad. Like, I guess she thought I knew how many dicks she took. So I said 20, which is still a fucking lot. Like,
Willie,
again,
in fairness,
fuck all that. So now, if the reason that we know that women are upset, they know what I just said is true, is because none of y'all advertise your body counts to dudes you're talking to, especially when they're high, because you know that nigga's gonna stop fucking with you. If that man finds out that you've sucked 20 dicks, but you've only made 4 niggas a sandwich, he's gonna look at you crazy, and you know that. That's why you keep that shit to yourself. Because let's not pretend like the majority of y'all haven't sucked more dicks than y'all have made sandwiches or cooked for niggas.
So causation doesn't equal correlation. You've just mixed two ideas. So one was, what does society deem this as? And the other was women. How do you feel women? Would you also like for your man to have fucked 20, 30, 40, whatever amount of pussies? So those are two different topics. So correct. We are in a misogynistic society that already has it framed to what you said, which is that it supports men being able to screw how many women they want and they get supported by it. But it shuns women who do not. So those are two different topics. The question, the original point was, how do women feel about their man sleeping with several women, because you made the point that men don't want women who slept with several men. Those are two different issues. I do totally agree that in this society, yes, women are shunned. You have done it, for
Yeah.
displaying the same behaviors that men do. I land there.
Yeah, I don't have. There's no need for me to respond to any of that shit. But except for this one piece, again, women with high body counts, or women who were raised by women, or have friends that were hoes, or used to be a hoe, whether complaining or not, or just typically think that men and women are equal, are the only ones that push back on that point. Like we never see it come from like the happily married women that men respect in these spaces. We never even, or the single women. And then we also don't even see it coming from the women who actually understand what these words, like again, misandry means. Like this is what happens when we just we hold people and just let them say whatever they want to on the internet. Again, not one woman up here is willing to put their body count in the chats, even the ones because they don't know how low or how high is too high. Nobody is. And until women are willing to do that, I'm not trying to have that conversation. Because if this is the same thing, if what y'all are saying is true, that means y'all want women like y'all for your sons to date, and we know that's not the case. We've seen women say that, no, I wouldn't want my son marrying a girl that done sucked more dicks than she done made sandwiches for niggas. Like we've seen y'all say that. But then until we bring your sons into it, or bring into what your fathers wanted for you, like your father didn't want you to have 20 dicks before you were 40, but somehow you collected them. Like when we start making and we start asking those conversations, that's the only time y'all get honest, and your honesty is in your silence.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
again, it
Bo.
went over your head. Causation doesn't equal correlation. That the shit that you're talking about is the shit that you're talking. Clearly, it went over your head. There were two different points. The very first point was about men wanting women who slept with a lot of women. And my counterpoint was that equally, women don't want this from their men. You then
All right,
went on to talk about how society sees women who displays these behaviors that men do. Two different points. I cannot help it if you are unable to comprehend that. So
It's not
yes,
that I can't comprehend it. It was stupid. It didn't go over my head. It fell at my feet.
Equally, it is what you're saying is equally stupid because you're not getting it. That you made a counterpoint on something that was never even argued in the beginning. Your counterpoint was how society sees women. So that's
I
when you
didn't say
started talking
society
about
once. That was your counterpoint.
that's when you started talking about body count and saying, well, if a woman has a body count, basically asking how society sees that. That still is not the feeling of women. If your man slept with a lot of women, do you appreciate that? Totally different points. But I'm not going to talk the shit to you anymore.
Yeah, you
Thanks.
can't. That's a wise decision. What'd you say, Trey?
And I don't
I was
want to
trying to
diverge
I was
your
trying to
plan.
get Bo in there, but go ahead.
Oh shit! What up, Bo? I forgot you were here.
Yeah, go ahead, Bo. We're gonna
Not you forgot I was here. How could you? Man, let me tell you something. I was sitting up. I had just got off work, got home, got real comfortable. I was like, let me see what these people talking about. And I'm sitting in bed eating my sushi, watching y'all, and then I hear this bullshit about it's Bible and nature, and I'm just like, this motherfucker. And I get so tired of people who are so attached to the Bible that they can't accept or admit the fact that it contradicts nature all the time. And then the argument about nature was stupid in and of itself, mostly just because female animals be fucking whoever they want to fuck. They're not tied to one male. The males be fucking, the females be fucking. Sometimes the males be fucking the males. They just need a hole. I'm just like, y'all got to, y'all, y'all just really got to let this go. Cause here's the thing, like, we can just admit that we are in all indoctrinated. We're socialized to believe a lot of these things. All of this is social. Very little of this is biological. It is biology that I have a hole, and when that hole say put some in there, put some in there. It is society that says get that from one person, which I respect. I'm not saying that society is wrong, but you all are putting this on the wrong things. And also, Yeah, men be fucking. It's in their nature. It's in women's nature as well because we have biological organs. We have reproductive organs that tell us make babies, make babies, make babies. Society tells us one man at a time, which I respect again. So we got to stop doing this shit. And also, T, I like you, but I do disagree with you when you use the word misogyny because you're using misogyny in place of sexism. They're sexist, not misogynist. Not all people hate women, but they do think that women are different than them so much so that they create a whole other narrative than us for us. They don't stick to the actual differences, they make differences. So that's sexism, not misogyny. We live in a patriarchal society, not a misogynistic society. We just have misogynistic incels like the niggas in the chat. So just FYI.
Thank you. And just to be
Melanin,
very clear,
uh,
that
T, I
misogyny
wanted you.
comment came up maybe about earlier on. I can't even say how many minutes in, and it was very specific to what the gentleman Willie said, and then he challenged. It was that specific point. He said something that was misogynistic, and I said that it was, and then he mentioned the definition. So there are various parts of misogyny. Misogyny also includes prejudice. It's not just hate. Misogyny also includes aversion. So that is the reason why and there's also different definitions, right? So I reference which definition that I use, which was Webster's definition, which specifically said, yes, that it is prejudice, it's aversion, and it's also hate. So we can't exclusively then take it to mean one thing, to say that misogyny must mean hate. That we also have to look at the context as well as the part of speech that the situation was used in. And in the particular point that I said was misogynistic, it was related to the aversion of. So I just wanted to be clear. I don't think that every single last thing is misogynistic. I do agree with the majority of the things that you said, but this was to a very specific point that he said, and I called the comment misogynist.
Bo, so this is what, remember I told you, it's what happens, the women windmill and say a bunch of shit when they get caught lying. What I said was that she called misogynistic was I said that women can't hold men accountable because they lack the enforcement arm and the enforcement ability to be able to do so. She said that was misogynistic.
I heard the conversation. I was listening.
There
So
were other points that you made after that. So that was
again,
the
something
base
can't be
level.
misogynistic if it's not based on the gender. And it wasn't based on gender at all. That's not what the point was. But you
No,
understand
so
now, like
it
how
was
like
based on gender. You
this is what
specifically
happens
said women.
anytime like remember like 2 or 3 episodes ago, if y'all remember, like I told y'all this happened with a certain type of person, right? I think cause y'all was all like, damn, you right. It's the same thing.
I don't care about any of that about what
It's the
happened
same
then.
thing.
But just to
Anytime
be
they
very
don't agree,
clear,
they don't agree with you. They just call what you said either narcissistic, misogynist, toxic, sassy. It's just these same like overused women talking points when they can't refute logic. They have to lead with their emotion. I gave
just
the
to be very
definition of the
clear,
words,
he
and you see
started
how
to
she
say
intentionally left
women
out the
do
context
this.
of what I was talking about, right? Because she didn't know that you were in the chat. Because she called them aside because how she took it. But again, as a speaker, I'm only responsible for the words that I use and the intent behind them. I'm not responsible for understanding. I can't understand it for her.
So just to be very clear, you can't use a thing. So I can't say black people, start my conversation off with black people, and then act as if I'm absolved for talking about race. The conversation, the comment that he said was specific to women. The context in which he used it in, as well as the examples that he used, was specific to women, and it was a biasness. So therefore, it fell under the aversion and the misogyny. So,
All
just
right.
because he takes something and says, oh, you said that, and that means that it doesn't mean, it doesn't stand for anything at all, it's still irrelevant. That when you go to Webster's
All right.
dictionary,
So
everything that
we get it. So hold on. I wanted to give Melanin a
when you
chance
go
to
to Webster's
respond.
dictionary, that it has parts of speech, prejudice
Damn, the
is a
host
part of
she over talked
misogyny.
on host straight. Come on,
Yeah.
Trent. What you doing, man?
Hold on, T.
Oh no, I can't
I
hear
want
you. I can't hear you. So I'm sorry.
you can't
Some
hear me.
people's mics go off. I see your lips moving, but
Okay.
I'll go on mute. I didn't know you were talking.
All right. So I wanted to give Melanin a chance to respond to Bo because I know a lot of that was in direct response to your comment from earlier.
Oh, I'll do it because you stated that I like direct smoke though, not ad hominems or whatever she was doing. But what I will say is based on a lot of stuff she has said and other women on the panel, I understand why our youth, our young ladies are so lost, getting pregnant, misguided, and ratchet. And that's crazy also the your body says your body's telling you to put something in there, so you stick something in there. Wild.
What's wild about that?
It's nasty.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're so clean. 'Cause-
Well, we
let me tell you
definitely know
something.
who the dirty girl is. We definitely know who the dirty girl is.
Oh, sugar. So here's the thing. um, when your body tells you to do something, you typically want to do the thing. I just said that it is society that tells you that you should not. So we follow a particular set of rules. I didn't say that there were no rules. I just said that that's how your body works. I'm sorry you're so afraid of being nasty. But you sound like the little old church ladies that was like, "Mm-mm, you shouldn't do that." That's why we don't know shit about menopause right fucking now and cycles. That's why we're just now learning about shit like that because y'all so afraid to be nasty. But here's the thing. Biology is just biology. The vagina wants what the vagina wants. The dick wants what the dick wants. It is society that tells us it is safer to have one partner. It is safer to save yourself for that one person and be with that one person. It like they one is wild, the other tames that wild. That's why we are civilized human beings. That's why animals can fuck all day long, whoever the fuck they want to, and we can't. It is a different set of rules for us because we're not wild animals. We are civilized human beings.
Women can
So,
fuck whoever they
and
want.
as a matter of fact, hold on, wait a minute. I'm gonna go get my mama t-shirt that says nasty woman because my mama got that t-shirt because that's what they used to call them back in the 60s. And you sound just like them old ass women from back in the 60s. They used to call people like, the little hippies nasty people. So I'm gonna wear
Ooh,
that shirt next
may
time.
I speak before
Nasty
you
woman.
then?
Go ahead.
Thank you. So what's interesting is if you would have framed what you said around a husband or a partner and not just if my body says stick something in there, stick it in there, then I wouldn't have rebutted that part of what you said, right? There's nothing wrong with being intimate, as nasty as you and your partner would like to be clear.
I don't And so that's how I know that no one listens to the actual words that I say. You got mad over the rage bait that I chose to use. You fell for the rage bait because what I did say originally is society tells us to be with one man. That is what I said originally. You can back it up and you can hear it again, but I said that. So you fell for the rage bait of put it in the hole. And you
Mhm.
didn't listen to the other things that I was saying because I said, and I respect that.
So you were bringing up those points for different reasons, right? You were trying to say that it's natural for us to sleep around, but society wants us to be exclusive, right?
There you go.
That has nothing to do with the fact that majority of women and mothers speak like you recklessly, right? We should make sure that we're clear in what we're saying because kids, youth, the youngin are always listening and watching, our daughters especially.
I was
So
very
that's
clear.
why we should be mindful.
I was
So
very clear in what I was saying. I was extremely clear and intentional about what I was saying. Do I speak provocatively? Yes, on purpose, because I know that dummy's not going to get it. Y'all not going to hear
what I'm actually saying. You're going to stick on that one part and you're going to call me a hoe because you think that that's what I'm saying, but you heard the first part, but your ears ain't stick around for the second part because you want a woman like me. You want a woman like me to be this nasty woman, but you didn't hear that I said, and I respect being with one person. I abstained until I got married. I didn't sleep with my husband until marriage. So that's what you don't know about me.
So
What
that's
I'm
crazy. You're
saying,
advocating for the
all
bad
I am
behavior.
speaking is facts. All I'm doing is speaking facts in biology and society. That's all I'm doing. Facts don't necessarily reflect what I believe, but I do believe that that is a fact about biology. That is a fact about society. You chose to get mad over that. That's on you. That's not me. I did what I did on purpose.
So, Bo, let me.
I'm gonna let BK jump, but she had a
I was
she had
in
a bit.
in Q way before BK.
Willie was first.
Yeah,
He
so
was.
she
All right, go ahead.
So, Bo, to be fair, now I understand why Buddy didn't want to change your tires because you made him wait till y'all got married to give him some pussy. So, okay, I get that now. But secondly, right? Women, y'all.
Nope, that was his idea. I followed him. He was my leader, and he said,
listen,
"Let's wait till
that
marriage."
nigga
And I
had you
waited
at a
till
tire
marriage.
shop. I guarantee you gave him the pussy day 3 or 4, he'd have been there for you. But hey, that is past the past. Again, there's no rule that says women can't do anything because there's no law that keeps y'all from being hoes. Like the thing is, y'all just don't get to be hoes without consequence. That's the only thing. And again, this is how we hold you accountable. Men have the enforcement arm here. You know what our enforcement arm here with dealing with hoes is not choosing you guys for long-term commitment, to not wanting to help you raise your kids that another man fathered. That's our enforcement arm. You see how the accountability holding works? Nobody literally is telling you like you can't be a hoe. No one is saying that it is you cannot go do this. What we are telling you is that if you do this, we are going to look at you this way. The exact same way y'all look at dudes who go out here and decide they want to dabble in some dick every now and then. Y'all look at them as undesirable men because they've also taken the same thing that you take, which is dick. It's the exact same thing. It's the exact same reason.
But Willie,
but
I wasn't
listen,
arguing that.
y'all literally tell men, y'all tell men all the time what they can and can't do, otherwise y'all gonna want to deal with it. Like, for example, we got average bitches telling average niggas you can't be average to get with me. Now, when it's a different standard, right? Because now the only thing we worried about is y'all being hoes for the most part or having sold pussy before. Well, I guess that makes y'all all the same. Either way, no one out here is saying, hey, you know what? You don't go collect the 1.5 dicks that women take a year. No, you got to stay around the 0.6. So then that way, by the time you're 40, you've only been with 14 niggas, vice 30. That's not what we're telling y'all. What we are telling you is that what you choose to do with the autonomy you guys have over your viscous innards, over your vajayjays, what you choose to do with that will matter when it comes time for you to find a husband.
But I wasn't arguing that. I'm sorry, BK. I wasn't
I'm
arguing
gonna go to
that.
rebuttal because my point's going to take this in another direction. So go ahead, Bo.
Okay. I wasn't arguing that. I understand. I don't disagree with that. I was arguing the fact that the Bible says, like, that's what I was saying. I know what society says. I understand all of the things. I'm talking about the Bible and nature does not say that. So there are no rules. The Bible says it. The Bible tells both of us to save our bodies and to stay pure. The Bible tells both men and women that. Nature says, hey, let me tell you something. If it's something there, put it in there. That's what nature says. Society says something different. So I wasn't really arguing that, but yeah.
Well, I would argue that nature doesn't say what you think it says. We wouldn't have STDs, and so there is danger in having multiple sex partners, and nature does try to harm you when you do it. I mean, that's the reality of biology. I mean, even certain animal species have STDs and stuff like that. So I do think that while we can say, yes, it's nature, there are consequences, to True's point, to following nature in the things that, happen, which, we've seen it with certain epidemics, and we see it in Atlanta and DC now. Certain things pop up for certain things. But yeah, I do think that there is nature, right? Which I refer to sin nature because I am a Bible believer, but nature has revolted and
Hey,
continue.
Mark, I was about to do exactly what I told you to stop doing earlier when she made the point about STDs and fucking animals. But you see, I caught myself and I didn't do it. I just let the shop. Like, you know what? Maybe Mark going to get it for me. I know True will, but
yeah.
you see how I didn't saying attack the example instead of the you get it?
Yeah, yeah.
All right, you want to make sure you keep that.
But yeah, so Becky, the reason that I don't the STD thing I don't think is strong is because even just because it's nature, animals don't care about STDs. Animals don't care about a lot of, they get ailments, just living in their normal life. Things are going to happen, like there's no STD test in nature. So there's no way to know that the person you're about to mate with has an STD or not, whether you wait with 1,000 people or, one person. So that particular point, I don't think is a strong one. Well,
that's an assumption though, isn't it, Mont? Because I mean, dogs can smell when you're pregnant. They can smell when you have cancer. They can smell when you're about to have a seizure. The assumption is that animals can't tell when other ones have diseases at certain points. And so I'd have to look up STDs in animal. I just found it interesting when I was looking up STDs in humans.
Hey, before you look that up, use the incognito window, because if you search STDs and animals, you're going on a watch list. So like, shit in like a throwaway phone, because that's wild.
Becky. So I think it's reasonable. I think it would be reasonable for us to maybe look at the closest thing we have to primitive humans and see what they say about STDs. Like, are you sniffing for STDs? And like, let's see what the tribes and stuff like that are doing when it comes to STDs.
I think that we got to give some credit to the fact that like whores and hookers are a phenomenon, and I'm going to use that word phenomenon because see, the excitement that men have of the access that those women give is uncommon, which is what makes them phenomenal, right? And I'm saying this from someone who's just observing reality. If nature was a woman's flow to be just open and just giving it away, every woman would be a hooker. She'd be out on the street. They'd all have OnlyFans. So that's where I argue nature. If this was just an everyday type of ordeal, then it wouldn't matter if he was tall, short, round, brown, light, wouldn't matter. Any man with a penis could get it. And that's just not how women carry themselves every single day. But hookers don't have that same standard from what I've observed. From what I've observed, if you have money, they will do what you want them to do, which is what makes them a phenomenon. And it combats the whole, well, women do this too. I just don't see women being that fluid, in my opinion, especially sexually. And I like.
It's a little disingenuous, and I do respect and agree with the majority of the things that you said. And what we're not taking into consideration is society. So Bo and I are actually aligned in that. So we have nature versus nurture. And in social constructs, there's religion, there's belief systems that literally when you are born as a child, you're domesticated into whatever system that is. So as an example, if I'm Asian and I come into that family, then more than likely I will have their traditions. And according to popularity, I perhaps may be a Buddhist. But if I am an African-American woman who was born urban, then I may be a Christian per those societal norms. So when we say, if this were allowed, they will be doing it, then it takes out the fact that there are social constructs that literally control people's movements. We've been domesticated into belief systems. So now this is the way we do things. We have to follow these societal norms. So people may not act on whatever their, natural behavior is. They may have natural instincts, but they don't want to be shunned. They don't want society to look at them a certain way. They don't want to be, cast out from their families. Therefore, they follow social norms. I land there.
Okay, let's explore that. Now, I would like to respond. I hear you. I agree society has an influence on human behavior. However, what I do like to do is explore and sometimes observe when we are not at our maturation stage, when we're young. When you look at a little boy and a little girl, being programmed, nature will tell you that it's at its highest point of operating, because little boys do things that are just natural, just like little girls do things that are natural. When you observe them in their element, little girls tend to flock around each other and then find whatever boy that they all deem to be the cutest of the bunch. And then they all fanboy over it. Just like little boys are just naturally nice to girls until they're taught something different or the influence is different. This is pre-understanding sex and all those dynamics. I think what happens is that we try to push an agenda of equality current day, that because certain men have been abusive to women sexually, women are hurt. And I think that they don't like the fact that some men get away with the fact that they can be a little loose with their penis. So in response to that, women want to be able to now explore that. And someone said it moments ago, there's really nothing stopping y'all. You guys can do whatever you want, which is why I said hyperbolically, if it was nature, every woman would be a hooker. It would be phenomenal, but that's not the truth. So I don't think that society, in my opinion, has that much influence, because society still current day stands in a way where we're trying to eradicate chaos, but then we have people who are fighting against it. So where is society currently standing? Are we open, fluid? Or are we static? Do we have standards or do we don't? Because it continues to move about. And that's why I'm arguing from a nature perspective. If women really wanted to be loose like that, they just would. And it would be consistent.
So 60 seconds to reply to that really quickly. I was following you when it comes to early childhood, which is pedagogy. Andragogy is adult studies and pedagogy is PD, child. So, but I thought you were going back to the very form before socialism came in. So if you were comparing, let's say, toddlers or younger, 1-year-olds who have not had social constructs applied to them, that would be something different. To say, I have a group of 1-year-olds that I babysit, and what are their behaviors, and comparing the behaviors. And in doing that, biologically, they are not much different. Now, when you talk about 2-year-olds, 3-year-olds that are given Barbie dolls, that are shown certain things on TV, that are shown, girl, you wear pink, little boys, you wear blue, that it's okay for you to respond like this. Little boy, you need to be tough. You have now past the point that we are just observing what they do naturally. Babies naturally cry, boy or girl. You have now applied what I'm talking about, which is domestication on those children. So certainly, especially at that age, they absorb most things. That's their most critical learning phase. That certainly they have received constructs. So you can't remove societal constructs to rearing, and especially not that early on. If you're observing infants at their natural state when they first come out and they cry and scream and wet the diaper, that's one thing. But if you're comparing kids who have actually had social constructs applied to them, then it's still disingenuous. I land there.
So, question: we social constructs and these rules and all these things are only argued by the people who aren't the exception to them or don't benefit from them. Like, we don't see men complaining about. We don't see men that Mont says, like, all these bitches are mine. The men that get bitches don't complain about women being hypergamous, because we understand where we fall in the pecking order of things. We don't complain about those things. Women who are having the access to the types of men they want don't complain about the standards and preferences of men. All these social constructs that we're talking about, like, women being the fairest sex, women don't complain about that. They don't complain about anything where, being generous to women. They don't complain about any of those social constructs. They only complain about the ones that literally support whatever point they're trying to make that goes against the man. And we see examples of that. Like, not just, this would probably be like the 300th example we've seen on this show, like in the years that I've been here. But it's what we see happening now, because people forget that, rights are a social construct. And if men en masse chose to, women would have no rights. They could easily just, every man said, you women don't get to vote. You women get whatever we give you. And there would be nothing they could do about it. But because of that social construct, that morality that we have, and that we treat women as the weaker sex, and we view them as that's why we protect them. And we treat them as if they're the weaker sex en masse. The majority of women aren't out here being mistreated by men. The majority of women aren't out here having these, misandrous talking points about men. The majority of women aren't having negative experiences with men. But the ones that we hear from the most, the ones that get the most shine, the ones that have these different platforms, those are the ones that we hear about, and they're the ones that make it seem as if all the experiences with men are bad. I love the fact that men generally think that if you see a woman, you should open the door for her. That's dope. like that. That's how it should be. I want someone that's my daughter. But then I also want to make sure that we understand that, hey, by accepting some of these social constructs and standards, you're going to also have to be accepting the others unless you're willing to be a hypocrite. And I would hope most women aren't.
You got though.
Right. If you know, see, this is the thing. This is no, this is the thing. Like, what if you with a girl and you telling her everything, you telling her the truth, because girls like, I want to know. And you rolling with that. It gets to a certain point where the girl will be rolling with that. And then all of a sudden they just mind change. Like, oh, but this is how we met. This is how we got in. Now
women
all of a
are not
sudden,
designed to be that way.
men
as
are
if
designed
men-
to be that way.
I didn't say men.
Oh,
women are not designed to be that way. Women play mind games with themselves and pretend that they will be okay with that. And that's why historically a woman will say they're okay with something and a year later be tripping, putting your business out there, losing their mind, because women, and I advise women on this constantly, if you are, you're not capable of being with a man like that, don't put yourself in a position to be with a man like that.
Then why do y'all all want a man like that?
I don't. So I can't
What
speak
kind of
for
man
it.
do you want?
I want a man that wants me and me, and is wise enough and emotionally mature
No, you
enough and
don't.
self-aware.
You don't.
How you know what I want?
Because I'm gonna be honest with you, right? You want an attractive guy?
No.
Or you
I
want
don't care
ugly
about
dude?
looks.
You
I don't
want-
care about looks.
What about financially? Is he financially attractive?
Financially, you don't have to be super rich to be with me. No. You could be cool. I could be cool. I'm not going to be with someone broke because I attract what I am, and I'm not a broke person. That's a mindset and mentality, and that's where you are in life.
You could date
So
like
me
a bus
personally-
driver?
I can't date a bus driver, no.
So who is this guy? Like, cause it's like a mystery nigga. Like, you want to get a piece of paper and draw him and like hang him up so we can actually see like what's the outline of this nigga? Like, what he's ugly.
I don't say he's ugly.
Yo, what I'm saying.
I said he
no,
doesn't
break
have
it
to be like
down.
the finest man in the world, right?
So he out of 10, he's a
5, 7.
wait, 5 and 7 is a dangerous level. Like, come on, like that's crazy.
Medium
Like, yo,
ugly, medium ugly.
Medium ugly.
example.
Example, I don't care about height.
No, what
I don't care
a
about.
nigga. Just say a nigga that's medium ugly.
This
Damn,
is
hold on,
crazy.
she
I
gonna
don't
go-
have no
No,
nigga.
just say a nigga. Somebody
A
famous.
medium
Anybody. Just a
ugly.
man that's medium ugly.
Like Martin Lawrence is medium ugly.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
a good one.
Okay, and he gotta have what? And
You don't have to be famous. You don't have to be
what type of bread
poppin'.
though? Like make a year.
I think it would be a bread that could match my pockets so we can build together. Like I have this money, you have this money, and we could build together because 2 is better than 1.
How old is he?
Older probably.
Wait, so you want a medium ugly, old,
Yeah.
unsuccessful man?
I'm not saying he's
Got
unsuccessful.
you.
Success is
Say less.
success. No.
So we on 2 different
hold on,
islands.
hold on,
like,
hold
for
on,
real.
hold on. Success is relative. What
To
does
who?
success mean to you?
You
Success
live
means
in no success in Los Angeles, California. It just says
success
what it
is different for everybody. What I find successful could be that I'm happy, I live good, I feel good, I'm healthy. That's success to me. Success is driven by wealth. First of all, you come from money.
Mm-hmm.
I come from money.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the driving force for me because when you see it and you're raised by it, that doesn't attract you in the same way it attracts somebody who never seen it. They're hungry, they're hustlers, they're desperate. I don't have that desperation inside of me. I have a different type of drive. I've seen money without love, and I know what that fucking looks like. So for me, that's never been the goal for me.
What year did you see Money Without Love?
In the year that my parents were married,
Yeah,
my whole
gang,
fucking
what-
life.
How do you know?
What do you mean? How do I know?
I'm saying, but that's a total different generation than what we in right now.
It's-
I'm talking about it. Where have you seen any of your friends with money without love be successful right now? Any of your peers or anybody? Do you or are you just the one in a million? You the needle in a haystack to just only think like this. Name me one person that think like this. That's a peer to you. Do you have a friend that believes these same beliefs?
Yeah, I do. I have really dope
Ugly
friends.
nigga. 50
I'm not
year-
saying
50
ugly.
years-
Stop doing the ugly nigga
Okay,
shit.
a medium ugly
I
nigga
said like
that's
I'm
50
not
years
big on
old.
looks. I'm big on energy.
How old is it? 50 years old.
Or like whatever. It could be any age. But I mean, it could be any age. I don't know what age.
Okay,
man
so
is.
I love you. God bless you.
Thank
You're
you.
a great woman.
Thank you.
I ain't doing none of that shit.
What are you not doing?
Nothing you talking about.
Well, that's why we're different people.
Yeah, but like that just sound like a LL, like you ugly and broke.
I didn't say they were broke. I said that they had to match me. That's not broke. I just said I'm not a broke woman and I don't have a broke mindset and I never came
I
from
can't
that.
relate because I think that even in my position, I don't know if P can relate to this, but it's like
Initial thoughts.
Why Martin gotta be medium ugly? That was crazy, Paul.
Yeah, 'cause Martin, where he medium ugly, and he worth $300 million. The rest of us cooked.
Wait, first of all,
Definitely caught a
Martin,
stray for no
women
reason.
was falling all over Martin back in the 90s. Martin
was
dead.
it?
He was funny though.
She's young.
No,
bro.
women thought Martin was fine. I
she's
didn't
young.
understand it, but yo,
That she's young, so she doesn't remember that. Like he was on Def Comedy Jam talking about you laughing so hard you're gonna suck my dick in between jokes and coming from backstage with his pulling his pants up. Like they don't remember that version of Martin. All they know is like Bad Boys 4, Martin, maybe Bad Boys 3, when he was all swollen and shit. But I always thought Young Berg was gifted musically, right? And I thought that's, that doesn't have anything to do with his intelligence, but the way that he comported himself on that show and the arguments that he made and the points he made, there's nothing you can argue with. Like not one. He every time she said some weird shit, he called her on it, and she softened it a little bit. But again, that's what she does. She used to have a show where she was on there with Opulent 6, and he would be cooking her the entire, like every episode. You see him just beating her up. I appreciate how Young Berg did it with like a little bit of like kid gloves, so to speak. He didn't just go out there and be like, "Bitch, stop lying." He explained to her how she wasn't being rational, how she wasn't being logical or genuine in what she was saying. So the nigga was smart. I don't have any pushback for anybody, anything anybody said.
I wanted to bring something to attention. It seems as if she has a terrible idea of what average is, right? Because I think this is where the disconnect is. Most people, in this particular case, her, think that they're seeking something that is reasonable, right? And that's where we get the problem, because she thinks it's reasonable. But you can tell that she's not reasonable based on her assessment, right? Pause. But Martin wouldn't technically be a 5, right? And I'm not basing that based on how I look, just based on how people react to him, right? And
Wait, hold on.
then she said a dude could be. Go ahead. What was you gonna ask?
Oh, we're talking about purely looks, right?
I was getting to something else, but
Okay,
you stopped me.
Okay.
Okay. And secondly, which is even this part's more important actually, she said that the dude doesn't have to be rich, but she mentioned he has to just be what she makes, right? He has to be equivalent to what she makes. But she also mentioned that she comes from money. And, she's doing a podcast with Paul Pierce that's very successful. So what she thinks is reasonable for money-wise, I'm sure she eliminates at least 90% of men because they're not making that type of income. But yet she still feels like she's being reasonable. And I think that's the disconnect. And I don't think it's any fault to her per se. I think it's more just of the ignorance that she doesn't realize what she's asking for is unreasonable. And that could be based on the circles that she's around, because she's normally around a lot of high caliber guys, as you can see. That's what she's going to be surrounded by. So that's her circle. So maybe she does have more access. But when she starts to want other things and add to it, she doesn't even realize or have a good barometer of what average is or how unreasonable it is based on what's available. Does anybody have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, Trev, I would push back on the idea that she's being unreasonable, only because I think her point of view is shaped from her experience. And I think she may be around these type of men, and these may be the type of men that she often dates, which is why she thinks it's average, right? Because she might see men who she thinks are rich, and they might be making 10, 20 million a year. And she like, oh yeah, average guy, he probably making $1 million a year or 500,000, because that's what she's exposed to, versus the average woman who her experience isn't shaped around those type of men, right? So that I think that it might be actually reasonable for her.
Hey, man, did anybody else just hear me say that same shit just now, or was that just because I'm pretty sure I was like, all right, because of her circle and who she's surrounded by, she'll have a different barometer of what she thinks is, and I also didn't fault her for it, because I think that she believes she's reasonable based on what she's exposed to.
Y'all said the exact same thing.
But so I was saying that I think she's reasonable. Were you saying that you still think that you switched to she has a reasonable position?
I never said that.
No, I'm asking because my point of view is that she is being reasonable, and you disagree or you agree?
I think that she believes she's being reasonable based on what she's exposed to, but overall, based on what's available, is it rational or reasonable to think that you can easily obtain that type of man? That's why I find flaw in her reasoning.
Okay, and I was just saying that I think it's reasonable because she probably. I think that she gets her perspective from her experience. So her date, like she's on a podcast with Paul Pierce, right? Young Berg is talking,
bro.
Yeah,
how are you saying exact shit I just said and so you pushing back on it?
No, because we still have different positions, right?
motherfucker. Hello, motherfucker.
No.
Hello, motherfucker. Hello,
My position is she's reasonable because this is what she has access to. Like Young Berg said, I saw the rest of the interview. Young Berg is like, yeah, I DM'd you the other day when you posted this or whatever. Like she's getting DMs from her friends, like Hitmaker, and she's on a podcast with her friend Paul Pierce. I'm saying I think she's being reasonable because this is what she has access to.
Yeah, that's what he said. He said it's reasonable to her.
Okay, so he agrees that she is reasonable from her perspective. Like we're not talking. She can find this.
Oh my God, bro! What? Y'all niggas just said the same shit.
I thought everybody else heard that shit.
Like
I don't know.
the
Maybe just being a
same
contrarian
fucking
today.
shit.
I don't know. I think it's just being
Like,
a contrarian, but that's fine.
Y'all said the same shit. You just said it in the Mont voice, so that's why the girls think it made more sense. Like, what the fuck? Did we just
towards
think all of the women are in
towards
agreement on that.
towards the end of his spiel, he did taper and say, well, maybe she gets this perspective from like what she's exposed to or something like that. But he didn't change his position to she's actually being pretty reasonable.
Y'all both said the bitches just back like that because of proximity. It's the same fucking thing. Like that's literally what you just said.
It's very interesting how we can say the same thing and still have different positions.
No.
How
The
do you
only
have
thing you
different
did different,
positions?
bro, is
Pause.
hey, Trev, turn on the deep voice effect on your roadcaster, and I bet you the women hear it then.
Hey, look. No, but real shit. I think that most of the women heard it the first time.
Okay, cool. I mean, if y'all think we said the same thing, cool. I'm
arrest me, daddy.
This is the mock voice. If I say anything, that means the rest of you
Hey. All good. Anybody else had any thoughts on that? You could feel free to disagree as long as it's a valid disagreement. That's fine.
Personally, I feel like all of them are unreasonable. They're reasonable in their tax bracket, but it is an unreasonable like opinion or outlook for the average person. Like it's reasonable that those men don't meet genuine women. You got too much money. You got a lot of fame. People want to attach themselves to you. Women are attracted to your things. The men without things need to have something else to attach them to for someone else to attach to, like personality, kindness, integrity. Like they can afford to cheat and not have integrity, no character, zero personality. The average man cannot. She contradicted herself, and I think that she is a bit unreasonable. But I think that she's reasonable in the men that she wants to go after because she is in another tax bracket, but she is also surrounded by a lot of different people. A woman like me can't hold her same view about men because I am an average woman with access to average men. So I think it's all unreasonable just, for us sitting here. Mine is Willie and mine. Y'all don't count. But but for the rest of us, regular
True don't
people,
count neither does Trev.
Well, they count a little bit more. The hold on, because I'm pointing the wrong way. Let me point this way.
Well, I'm as average as they come.
No, y'all do not live an average lifestyle. Y'all don't even live close to an average lifestyle. I don't know what type of lifestyle Trev and True.
Y'all already said y'all some above average men.
Good above average.
They may be all above average, but them niggas in the comments are not. So I just want us to act our wage, act our tax bracket. And I just think that all of them are unreasonable. I think that it's fun to listen to, but I can't relate personally. I don't go after above average men because I'm not an above average woman.
But wait, isn't she really just saying, I want somebody in my social economic status and he ain't got to be cute. He just got to fit. Like, and I think a lot of, I can't say a lot because I run in different circles and most of my people are hyper religious. So I will say, at least what I think is that a lot of women are okay with people in their tax bracket or social economic status. Willie's like, oh, no,
We don't see that on this panel. We don't see that on this very panel of women that we have in this ecosystem. We don't see that here. None of us do. But you might be the only person to say that out loud at first, but the rest of it, nobody has been up here like, oh yeah, I want a nigga who makes as much money as me. I make 75,000, so I'll take a man that makes 76. None of y'all say that.
Who told this nigga how to work his shit?
I didn't know how to work my shit, but I just see the value of it because niggas listen to you when you talk. Like you even get the hyena bitches to listen to you.
But I mean, now I gotta look at
that nigga gay, nigga gay, nigga gay, nigga gay, nigga.
Well, I would say that is a then what is it? That's a goal that people, you know, should be looking at their peers. And if you don't want to look at your peers, then climb a ladder. I don't know.
But in all seriousness, this is the problem is that one, she came from money. So we all know somebody that came from money. Their standards are not regular people's standards because they came from money. So she's already at the part where she comes from money. And now she has money of her own. Her average to the average woman is extraordinary or exceptional, I would bet. Because again, she really thinks that like you said, she's around niggas that make 20 million. So a nigga making one might seem like that's the average to him, but to y'all, a nigga making $1 million a year changes your life. To her, you know, she's like, well, I make 2.5 million, so I make more money than you. And she's saying she wants somebody in her ballpark. It's just going to be based on proximity. Any woman that is surrounded by celebrities on a daily basis, where the majority of people she interacts with, that she talks to, communicates with, on any level, are all successfully, you know, high value men. Her definition of average is going to be based off of those men, given her proximity. So I don't think we can knock her for that. But when he asked her about, you know, what does average mean, and then she still said the same shit, that's where she fucked up.
I hate when women like brag about their career points and like, 'cause I love it, but I hate it because it's like you're never investing to a man like I'm gonna invest into a woman anyway.
Right.
So it's kind of pointless for us.
How do you know that's true though? Women
That's
invest into a
100%.
man mentally and not financially. I could be your manager. I can make sure you're making right plays. I can give you intuition. I can show you things. Yeah. Like I've been with a man where I'm helping you make the right decisions because I'm a businesswoman. So it's just
You don't respect this nigga.
That's not true.
So you got to come in and make all his business
That's
decisions
not
for
what
him
I'm
off the
saying.
rip?
That's not what I'm saying. Women have an intuition that men don't have. So I can see things that you may not see, just like a man can see things I can't see. That's why women were made for each other. So if I get it, if you don't have that or you don't see that or you don't value that, but there's a lot of ways that a woman can invest into a man. Investing into a man could be making sure your breakfast is made, making sure this is prepared for you, anticipating your needs before you know you need that. I already anticipated that for you. I already have that ready for you. So guess what? Bill Gates and the most successful men in the world, you know what they say? The less decisions they have to make, the more successful they are.
All the things that you saying that you could do for a nigga is like the rich nigga. The broke nigga ain't even gonna be around you. Like the medium, ugly, not successful man, he gonna be out the door before you can make breakfast. You talking about, yo, I can make breakfast for you. That sound like for a man with a lifestyle that's just kind of like laid back, like you could fill in the blanks for it. If I'm hustling like that and I'm really trying to, because ultimately, like I'll never tell you if you're my girl, but if I'm still like at this level and me and you are our level, then it's in my nature to want to have more than you so I can provide for you, right?
I get that.
So you think that you're gonna be able to make me breakfast if I gotta go and be out, I'm out the door at 6 a.m. if we living like that?
I understand that.
So you're not really doing nothing.
Well, the important thing I think is for the woman to recognize what the man.
I'm not really doing nothing. It's crazy. Okay. Okay. Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, the important thing for a woman is to recognize what a man need, and if it's just
That's what I'm saying.
coochie or comfort, you know, it's men out there like that you know they got everything covered.
Yeah.
But so then men like that, they feel like, you know, I could probably get that from any girl. So you act right.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So act right. So as long as you act right, we locked in.
Yeah.
Do you have
know?
kids?
No.
See, that's the flyest thing that you could bring to the table. Like, yo, I don't have kids and I'll be able to like have my first child with you. I think that's the bargaining chip for you over any other girl that might got kids or got other shit going on. That's what you bring to the table. Like my womb ain't been, you know what I'm saying, tampered with.
All right. I never thought about that.
That's a flex.
Clock it or whatever the girl said.
Okay.
But is it like, you know, women with no kids, like we talked about this. Is a woman with no kids in her 30s, is that like attractive or is it a red flag? Because some men think it's attractive. Some men think it's a red flag. Some be like, why aren't you, you know, it's a lot of questions that come up with that. Like, what you think about that?
I just think it's behavior. So when if I'm attracted to you and you don't have no kids, and like certain people will look at it as a red flag, but to me, it's just like, what's your behavior like when you get around me? Are you on some hot girl shit? Are you just a fun time? Are you somebody I could take serious? I think a lot of times, even with me, like you could be so lusty over a woman and be like, damn, like I can't wait to entertain this girl. And you'll be thinking that she'll be coming in a different perspective, but she's just really a fun time. So you just gotta honor it like that, you know?
Know the difference. Because you don't have kids, right?
Nope.
Do you want kids?
Yeah.
That's like a big deal for a man to not have kids these days. Most women meet men with kids, and having no kids, like you can look at it like, is it a red flag that you're, you know, X amount of age and you don't have kids? But then at the same time, you know, I don't think it is, because I think that's someone who made smart decisions and didn't want to have a kid with someone they knew they weren't going to be with long term. So it's kind of like,
You think that's true though? Like why don't you have kids?
I never found someone that I wanted to have kids with.
So
I never thought the situation was right. The timing wasn't right. The situation wasn't right. It didn't feel right. Like I always say, the man who gets me to have his baby is a cold motherfucker. I'll tell you that, because I will not have a baby by a man that I feel like the situation isn't right. The timing isn't wrong. I don't care if it's the richest nigga in the world. I will not have that baby, because I will only have a baby.
The richest nigga in the world?
Yeah, I'm not having a baby for money.
That's cap.
But it's the richest dude in the world.
It's not cap.
You
Because
had sex with the richest man in the world, so
because-
you fucked with him.
But this is what I'm saying. The reason I say that is because my having a child is connected to me having a partnership, a foundation, love, something I can bring my child into the world that's not a broken family. And if that happens, it happens, because it could.
Ain't
I could
nothing
be
gonna be
married.
broken. Ain't nothing gonna be broken with the richest nigga in the
But
world.
the thing is I'm not listening. I could be married and I could get a divorce.
It's true.
Nah, for real.
And I
Ain't
can
nothing
start
broke
with the
in that
foundation.
category.
You know what I'm saying? I can start with all that, and but I want to at least know I'm starting on a strong foundation. I want to know that our moral compass is aligned. So if we don't work out, we can handle this really like copacetic. You know what I mean? And I just feel like I don't care like who it is. If I don't feel like that's timing is right, I'm not going to do it. And I'm getting older, so I
think
get
that's
that.
a red flag more than you not having a baby.
Is what?
That you dated for how many years you dated, and you felt like none of the niggas that you fuck with was able to like.
Yeah,
take
that is a red
chance with.
flag for sure.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
It's like.
Again, all you got to do is let women talk, and they will give you everything that you need to understand how full of shit they are. She said she wouldn't have a baby by the richest nigga in the world. Okay, but if you fucking the richest nigga in the world and you get pregnant, you are definitely keeping that baby. Like, there's not a woman breathing, mom, aunt, grantee, whatever woman you can think of included, that is not going to keep that child. Like, it's again, nobody's like you saying, you know what? Here's a lottery ticket for $500 billion. I don't want it. You take it. That shit doesn't fucking happen. And then two, he had a really good point saying, that's wild. So you've been fucking around and dating all this long and ain't found a nigga worth having a baby with? She made herself look crazy when she said that. That's like if she been dating for 10 years and fucking with all of these different niggas and ain't found one yet that was worth settling down with or having a baby. The common denominator between all those 20 or 60 dicks is her. Like, just let them talk, fellas. That's all you got to do.
So I was thinking the same thing before he even said it. That was just wild. And then one of the things that she mentioned is she said, I will not have that baby, as if she would get rid of it. So just because a woman did not physically birth a child doesn't mean that she's never been pregnant before. So, but that's a red flag for you to date that long and be in however old she is in her 30s and haven't found a man worthy enough to settle down with yet.
I agree. I don't give people points because they pro-abortion and all that type of stuff, which is most people position. Like they've been fucking raw. You just ain't got no kids because of whatever y'all chose to do about it. But I don't give you points for being pro-abortion versus other people who are like, yeah, I'm just not pro-abortion. We had the babies.
Hey, I think she said in the interview, Mont, that she don't let dudes that she's not in a relationship with hit her raw. So even that's true though. She's admitting that she does have unprotected sex with niggas she's not in a relationship with. Like
Right.
again,
She
like,
said I will have that baby as if
yeah.
But I also don't think that it's crazy for a woman to reach her 30s and still not be married, because these men don't want to be married for real. Like, women hear it in their 20s all the time. I ain't ready for all of that. I got to get my career. I ain't got no money. I can't afford it. I ain't ready. Men do that all the time. Men do that to women in their 20s all the time. And
It's
these
not
are
about being
not like,
responsible.
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is it's not unreasonable for women to reach their 30s and still not be married, because men in their 20s do not want to get married. So who are we to marry?
But would you accept the idea that it's possible that it's not unrealistic for wifely women or good women to reach their 30s?
No, because these are not just women who sleep around. These are not,
That's
this
not the
is
only
not
thing that
that.
makes you unwifely, Bo.
I
Being a hoe.
understand that, but
Okay.
what I'm saying is there are women who are worthy of being wives. Listen, as far as I know, I don't know, but like, for all intents and purposes, like, women in their 20s are like, they're very naive. They're willing to go along with what a man says. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're easier to lead because they are naive. And so I think that that would be the perfect time to marry a woman if that's what you guys want. But you wait until we reach our 30s and you like, all right, I think now that my dick is getting soft, let me get married. And like, I'm just like, you could have like, you could have married me when I was in my 20s. So yeah, like, men generally don't. And I don't think that there's anything wrong with that, because men do want to be established. But do you want to be established, get your career off the ground, get money, and get a woman, or do you want to build with a woman? Because you fuss at women for not wanting to build with you, but you also don't want to get, like, you don't want to get married because you want to build your own. Like, it's super confusing. So it's not unreasonable. Is my point.
Men don't want to get married because those 20-year-old women still expect that nigga to have 35, 40-year-old nigga shit a lot of times. And he hasn't had enough time to go get those things. So
correct. But there are women out there.
No,
There are
argument.
20-some-year-old women
We're not
out there
saying
that
there
do
are
not
no
expect
women.
that.
We're not talking about there are no women, but the majority of
Mm-hmm.
women that men are going to meet in their 20s still expect him to perform at a level which he is not capable of.
Right. And we need to stop socializing our girls like that.
Men. Like a 22-year-old girl's got 35, 40, 30, 40-year-old niggas trying to get with her. Those dudes are going to be further along in the race of life than her 25-year-old contemporary.
Right.
I disagree with you, Willie.
What I'm saying
we can
is,
prove what I'm saying. I didn't give you an opinion. I gave you a fact. You did not like it.
Let's do it.
That's the thing we can do, but you can't.
I would argue that most 22-year-old women are dating men around their same age as them, and they're not expecting them to have stuff that 40-year-old men
I didn't
have.
say that they weren't. I said that they're still getting attention from those men, so they have to compete with those men. Is what I was talking about.
Oh yeah. So cool. So they're getting attention from those men, but they're not landing with those men, right?
No, they're just fucking
dating.
them. You're right. No argument there. We don't disagree, champ. We've had this conversation before. So you are going to listen. See, you about to do that shit again. You're arguing a point I didn't make. I'm saying that the men that 22-year-old girl, her contemporaries, her 22-year-old men are competing with older men, 25 years old, 28 years old, 30 years old, because those men also want those young women.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, and it's the opposite of what like these old women do when they get mad at older men for liking younger women, because they realize they have to compete with these younger women for the same men.
Yeah, I just heard the number 40, and that's where I was combating. But
that was just me giving you the top end of the range. I don't think, I don't think a 45-year-old nigga should be fucking with a 20-year-old runner either. But biologically, I understand why one would.
I think if you wanted to have more men who are younger, especially we can talk about our community, be incentivized to get married, I really do think that women need to make it a little bit more enticing. And then sometimes I think it's difficult because one thing I see our community, is we do not understand, again, marriage is not a one-on-one thing, it's a tribal thing, it's a family thing, it's a collaboration, right? What do 22, 23, 25-year-old men in our community get by marrying a woman who probably 75% of the time is going to come from a single parent household, got fragmented family members. What does he get besides you? And the reality is, even if he does get you, are you really in the mindset? Because then there's almost a duality. Women will say, I'm too young. You can't expect wifely type things from me. But then, shame men for trying to do this early. But what I also find interesting, I know most of y'all probably don't seen this movie, Acrimony. That woman's family was set up. That man married her and all that, and he was an inventor and all that, right? And she had a house. Most women was mad about the fact that she had a house, she had money, and she spent it and all that. If that was to actually occur, which it doesn't typically occur, I already know that a lot of women would stand firm on the fact that, again, there's this viewpoint from us that we have to come ready-made already, especially if you're talking about young people. So it sounds good to say marry them young, but I don't know how you really are going to make that actually reality. What do young men, what do Black men get by marrying the women of the community? Because you don't get a expanded family. You don't get a virgin woman. You don't, what do you really get? I would be curious to know that.
You get an untrained, high body count, unruly ratchet experience, because it wouldn't be a problem for them to marry young if they were being raised right by their mothers. But the moms are too busy trying to have hot girl summer, and grandma's right there with them, right? We want to keep the fathers out of the home because Section 8 and welfare is on my side, food stamps and whatever else. So that's why we don't train them correctly. And I do mean train them. We should be molding them as mothers for marriage. And we should have a father there to make sure that the person they end up with means them well and not trying to use or abuse their bodies. But these mothers don't understand duty, responsibility. And I'm talking about even if you guys are not under the same roof, excuse me. And for anybody that's going to say the father's not there or anything of that nature, it's the women that's making sure he's not there.
Well, I don't want to beat up on them too much, but I'm asking an honest question because I have asked this question before. If we're going to be in reality, not fantasy, what does it look like from being a young lady? Because I've never been a young lady, and you're thinking about marrying a young man. What are you offering him truly? Because love is cute.
Would be chastity and recipes, obedience, the ability to be led, the ability to know when to speak and when to be quiet, to understand how important pleasing him sexually is, especially if you do not want to share. To understand that if you're in school, you're going to school and college not only for a career per se, but to teach the knowledge down to the children, not to now compete with him in the household and feel like you are above him now.
Do you think that's realistic, Bo? I see you making faces.
It just reminds me of an NPC player. It's just the same thing over and over and over and over. And I'm talking about when I tell you I could probably have said all of the things that, like, I need my bingo card. It's an NPC bingo card.
Okay, she's consistent.
So I wanted to say something after her.
Like she's consistent. So I mean, ain't like her points ever change. But listen, you know what gives me credence to believe that everything she's saying is accurate? The hyena bitches in the chat are bothered by it. So I know she's saying something right.
Sorry, what you had on that?
So yeah, I do agree with some of the points that she made. But yeah, so your upbringing plays a major part in you being quality or a wife material. there's still a lot of decent younger women that did come from a good home that are quality women and that are ready for a marriage. I think that it depends on the environment and the peers that you're around. Some men are in their 20s and they just want to be free and explore and have a good time. They're not thinking about family and settling down. There's some women that are the same because they're not entertaining themselves. So obviously there's women as well that's in their 20s that just want to have fun and mingle and not thinking about, you know, responsibilities and families and settling down as well. But there is a group of people that are like that, that are brought up that way. And I think that you should find your kindness. I mean, just find, you know, those that are looking for the same thing that you are. I was I was still a V when I got with my, you know, ex-husband and married at 21. So it's not that it's not, you know, a possible thing. It's just that you have to find the woman that it may not look like what you're looking for. She's not going to be in a club. She's not going to be, you know, out at the big parties and stuff like that. She's probably going to be somewhere at home studying. You're going to find her at school, whatever the case may be. He was my high school sweetheart, so at school. But yeah, you just gotta, you know, find what you're looking for. But to the lady that was talking in the video, she sounded like she was just having a good time. She was one of those, you know, not actually looking to be a wife at a younger age. Now that she's, you know, matured and now this is something that she's looking forward to. But yeah, that's a lot of people's case.
I would say that. Oh, go ahead, T.
Yeah, sorry. And the sound is going in and out for me, but I am still here, part of the conversation. So I did hear some of the stuff that was said. Here's the thing, because True mentioned about marriage not being beneficial to men, right? That we were talking about how she or a 30-year-old may not be in that situation that could be looked at as unusual. But the gist of it is when you compare today's times to back in the day, that the trend for both genders, people are just don't see marriage as much of an advantage. So the question that we would have to ask, because a lot of things were forced, like we talk about travel things, we're talking about, you know, family norms, and these are our rituals, etc. So a lot of those things were just forced, and just people did it to comply. This is what our family says that we do, so this is exactly what we're going to do. But as we evolve, you know, and as we break away from sticking to these formal constructs, now you're seeing that people are doing what they truly desire. So I can't say that if people from back in the day, 60 years ago, were in today's time, that they would have actually chosen marriage. I land there.
What I think Melanin made a good points on when she talks about like the value, you know, offers that women can, what they can you know, offer a man to marry them early. But I think what we're ignoring is that a large number of these guys are not leaders, right? So it's like, what are we giving them to follow? We telling these guys who, a lot of them are stupid, right? A lot of them just not intelligent. You're not smarter than the girl that you about to lead. On top of that, like, you have no discipline, you know. Like I get it, right? We want the women to offer more, and I think that they absolutely should, you know. But like, we're trying to give them to these subpar men, and that's the part that I push back on.
The problem with that, Mark, is that these women are choosing these subpar men. So if the man is stupid, she's dumber for choosing them.
No, but Mont's point is valid, but that's why I was hyper focused on the environment, and I said we may need to have a different conversation. To your point, Mont, even you saying give her away, there's no dude there to give most of these women away, which is why I'm saying the offerings that they have, something they can actually control, character, decorum. This is not necessarily your tribe, but marriage never been a one-on-one thing. That's the problem with it. People keep trying to make it seem like marriage is me and you. It ain't never been that. Marriage has always been a family on family, tribe on tribe. So you didn't necessarily have to be a leader at 22 50 years ago, 100 years ago, because the maturation of the man you were going to become was always sharpened around the other men in the community. You were never doing anything by yourself. We continue to try to run this race that you need a team to do. And that's why I'm saying the conversation, in my opinion, needs to change, because people are individualized now. And that's why you don't see people.
Would you say that you are probably a better man than most of the women's fathers were that you slept with?
Yeah.
What about had relationships with?
Yeah.
That's the problem. Because growing up, that wasn't the case. Now, anytime you walk into a room, we know that likely that woman's father is not fucking with a picture of us, let alone a real thing. And now I'm taking his daughter from, he's not even somebody that I have to aspire to or give that level of respect, because yeah, you her pops, but at the end of the day, you not fucking with me. You're not as established as I am. You're not doing whatever, right? That's the problem. These women a lot of women are being raised, even though, because a lot of women are being raised by women, cool. But a lot of women who do have dads are still being raised by, what do you say, those bitch ass niggas you were talking about earlier. Like, and then they expect their men to go be now not just better than them, but better than their fathers. And then it makes it harder for women. So like no one can say you're wrong, but what people should also realize is that what T said earlier, that guys from back then would come today and still choose marriage. They wouldn't, because they'd be marrying today's women. The reason why marriage rates are going down is because men are not wanting to get married because women are not worth being married to. It's just the correlation is the fact that, well, men are marrying black women for the most part, 9 out of 10 of us. So if men don't want to get married, of course women are going to be getting married less, because men control the access to marriage. If it was the same thing, it'd be saying that black men are having less sex, and we know that not to be true. So the quality of women from when our father and our grandfather were growing has severely diminished compared to the average woman today. Like, our granddaddy wouldn't come up here and pick none of these girls to marry, because for the most part, they came shut the fuck up. Our mothers could, our grandmothers could, but today's women, for the most part, can't. So everything that those niggas valued,
It's not fair.
for everything that these niggas valued back in the 50s and 60s, these 2020 women do not fucking have it. Be careful.
Hey, who was that was saying that's not fair?
Sorry, my
told
sound
my
is
daughter to be
horrible.
careful. My bad.
Okay. Yeah, did you want to respond?
Oh, okay. I just didn't want to cut anybody off. So it's not fair to mix, right? That when we compare, the point that I was making, that as far as if people would choose marriage in today, it doesn't say that those same men would not have grown up in this day's society. So I don't want to say, well, yeah, they wouldn't choose these shitty ass women today. The gist of it is that most men did not want to get married then. That most men, as somebody else said, that marriage was more so a thing that women fantasize about. That this is something that women, especially in newer times, that they're looking at the white picket fence and their knight in shining armor. Oh my God, I'm so excited to get married. And men are like, oh, okay, this is what I have to do. So I can't say that even back then that they were so elated that they were like, oh my God, I can't wait to get married. That just wasn't something that was happening. So I don't want to mix just to say, well, yeah, it's because women are shitty. That's not the point. The point is that when they're given the choice, so whether or not, if you come up in a construct that says that this is what you're required to do, then when you turn 18, you get out the house, you go into the military, you get married, you do etc., that when you lose that construct, and then society says, which is the times that we are in now, that you have a choice. So you have a choice to decide what you want to do. We are not going to force these beliefs on you. That when given the choice, I don't think that people, we're seeing that marriage selection is declining.
Hey, BK, you're somebody that's on the panel that I know has a strong male presence in their life, and has great men around them.
Yeah.
Ask your father, if he was coming up today, would he still be marriage minded with today's woman? And just see what he said. I challenge any of you that have a dad to ask him that question, because I asked my dad, I asked a couple uncles, and they all told me a slightly different variation of Fuck no. Because they understand what their kids are now dealing with. So they wouldn't want to deal with this shit either. So I challenge all of y'all to actually ask, so that way we don't have to, you know what I'm saying, we're not guessing. Go ask those men in your life and see what they would say. You go ask your granddaddy, your uncles, your father, and see if he would, excuse me, the ones that are married, not the single ones, because clearly they don't give a fuck about it anyway. But all those married men you have around you, if they had to do all over again in today's market with today's woman, would they get married? Put that back.
Which is fine. It's just a different point. It's still a different point that if those
okay.
same men grew up in today's time, right? That's still totally different. That the point that was being made is that when you have to follow a social construct versus when you have a choice, that I think that people would still, you know, choose not to be. So similarly to how earlier on people were talking about nature and how they don't find it to be in nature, you know, to be with one person, how it's acceptable for men to not be with one person, but if a woman isn't, then she's a whore. That I just believe that now when you break that requirement and that our Black people are losing culture, you know, our Black people are straying away from a lot of the things that reared us in the beginning, then when you have that, the people just are not finding it desirable.
So I agree with the both of you guys, but I also strongly agree that the women in these today is just not wifey material. And just being on several platforms and hearing different men speak about they don't even want to date, you know, women no more. It's hard for them to find a quality woman because of how the women are in our time. So it's not, you know, far fetched for him to say that because it is proven.
Paris, what do you think the cause is?
Of why I think it's a mixture. It's a mixture of things. I think social media is plays a good role in it because a lot of the women are now being exposed to the different groups of women that's speaking out, like the feminists and the independent movement, and the way women speak, the, you know, language and, you know, disrespect that they show towards men on platforms across the board is just now becoming more acceptable and it's right in your face. A lot of women are very influential, so what they see, they, you know, they adapt to. um, but some of it has to do with single family homes as well. You have a mother that's out working extra hard to provide for a home, so she's not at home raising the children and teaching these principles in the children these days. And then you had a era of women that just wanted to be free and feel like they wanted to live their life. So it's a mixture of reasons. It's not, I can't say it's just one reason, but it's definitely a shift, a change.
Go ahead, Bo.
So all of those reasons can be traced back to capitalism. Like I think that we keep forgetting that that exists, and that is why a lot of people are one single, and all of these households, single parent households exist. It can be traced back to capitalism. So that is what is to blame. And then we can, you know, talk about everything after that. But yeah. Um, however, comma, I think that this whole conversation about marriage is so disingenuous. Like everybody has different reasons for why they make the decisions that they make in their lives. And we sit up here and we blame women, and then we blame men, and then we blame women, and then we blame men. So it's just a lot of finger pointing when men have their own reasons. Women have their own reasons. We have our own responses to each other when we choose to live our lives the way we want to live our lives. If you raise your children the way you choose to raise your children and do the best you can, I can guarantee you they're going to find somebody else's child that aligns with them, because you're not alone. And it doesn't mean that anybody else is wrong. Like, my mother wasn't wrong for raising me the way she raised me. She raised me to be very intelligent. She raised me to be smart and be more than just my looks, because looks fade. She wanted me to be more than that, be substantial. There is a man out there that likes that. So, and all men are not going to like me, and that's okay. I don't have to be picked by all men. Do you know how frustrating it is dealing with a bunch of men trying to pick you? It's not fun. They're annoying. So, I'm just looking for one. Just one. And that is okay. Like, nothing that I do is wrong. It just doesn't fit some men. And I'm okay with it. Like, people need to be okay with how it is. Like, society is run differently. This is the United States, the land of freedom, or whatever fake ass shit that they be telling y'all. And so we get to do whatever we want to do, whatever that means. And so you are in a society that goes by that. For why the fuck is you mad? So just pick the people who you align with and leave everybody else alone. Why do we keep talking about people we don't want?
So when you say pick, do you mean pick for physical or carnal relations, or are you talking about marriage?
No, if you want to be married, pick the type of person that aligns with you. And if you don't want to be married, pick the type of person that aligns with you.
So basically, you're saying pick who likes you and who works for you.
Simple.
And,
you see? But men come on here and women come on here and try to change each other. I just be telling the truth. I ain't trying to change nobody. Y'all do what you want to do. Get your dicks wet if you want to until they too soft to get anything. And so I want people to just pick who likes you. Like, some of these women don't like some of these men because they're unlikable. Go pick women who don't care about liking you. And that's okay. The unlikable men need to find the women that just don't care.
I would say that works for both sides, though, because again, men tend to be having a higher success rate with relationships than women are. So I think that advice should probably be shouted more towards, the fairer sex than the rougher sex.
What's that criteria based on?
The fact that there are more single black women than there are single black men. There are more black women who have, there are more single black men who don't have children than y'all have, because again, y'all are doing all the fucking and none of the marrying, and less than half of the marrying. So, man, it's just based off the fact that you guys are fucking for free and getting the outcomes that come from that.
So let's dig deeper into the criteria. So one, when you look at the population, that when it comes to our society, there are more women than there are men.
So that's why my point stands.
So demographics, all of these things are factors that matter. So if you look at our society, then when you look at the homosexuality that takes place, and when you look at viable, so that when someone was talking about pickings and then someone says something like, oh, well, women need to stop picking stupid men. If you have 50% of the population, you picking from your pickings. You go to the grocery store and you see fruit, whatever's there, the rotten fruit mixed with the good fruit, whatever it is. So you can't just, causation again does not equal correlation. And when you go into the factors as to how we outnumber, when you go into the factors as to the quality of, etc., then it just doesn't support what you're saying.
The fact is, right, this is the second time you use causation and correlation not being the same incorrectly, and I'm not even going to cook you for that. But the point is this:
you cannot.
You didn't refute anything I said. You just tried to explain why, which is again because you care about things being fair. Like, nobody, the truth doesn't give a shit about fairness. You just tried to explain, well, there's more black women than black men. Okay, well, cool. That sounds great, right? However, what did I say that you refuted? Absolutely fucking nothing.
Context matters.
It's so sad that, like, instead of just, again, to Melanin's point, sometimes you just got to know when not to say nothing. Like, there's no point in saying things that aren't going to, like, Martin didn't even argue against that. And Martin, the one, he's the statistical one here. He's the one with all the numbers. He didn't even argue against it. It's like, damn. It's simply saying, again, just like maybe I don't know. It's a lot of y'all. I told you we had this type that just want to argue with me about this shit. But goddamn, like, didn't say nothing to change what we were talking about. The fact
So yeah,
that women
context
are doing
matters.
worse when it comes to relationships. Black women are doing worse than when it comes to black men. Who gives a damn about the why? That's not what we're here for. We're not having a solution conversation.
There
We're
isn't
talking
any.
about what it is. You're trying to explain why, and nobody asked you that.
So context matters. Context matters significantly.
So does
And
the definition of context.
whoever the person is that does numbers, whoever you reference, because I don't know any of the people that are on the panel, then they understand that there's a story behind it. So as an example, if during COVID in 2020, I said 99% of the people wear masks, therefore people must love masks. That is a fucking lie. They were mandated to wear masks. Context matters. The question is why does this exist? So you can't just throw blanket numbers out there like 99% of them, so that all of y'all wear masks. So this is happening. So all of you all women in the community, in the black community, are shittier than the black men. So if you knew data, if you knew the way that it works, you would understand the context associated with it. The question is, why is that? It's not that you're just throwing out, raw information.
I wasn't speaking to the why, but this just sounds more like a hit dog holler just want to argue. I don't have anything to add to it. I'm just giving the what. I don't care about the why. No one asked me the why.
That is exactly
the only person that benefits from giving the why is you, because you get to explain why your people or black women are in this dire straits, and that's cool. I wasn't doing it.
So let me help you out, Willie, real quick. So if let's just say this is going to be real quick, just for this particular point, just to hammer this down, because everyone's going to have all the reasons, right? But I've crunched these numbers already. And if you take every single factor that people like to use, like incarceration rate, homosexuality, and everything, there's still just about 8 to every 10 women, right? But the rate is roughly half. So there's still a great disparity when you're talking about the people who are actually being married versus the people who are available to be being married. So it's not equal. No one's going to make that argument. But it's just about 8 available men to every 10 women. So that would mean that 80% of black women have the opportunity to marry a black man if they wanted to.
I was just trying to throw that oop to Monk because I know he had the stats and he been doing his media, man. That was all. But thank you, Trev. I appreciate you for illustrating my point.
You said there's 8 women to every 10 men, black women. Is that what you said? Say that one more time.
Yeah, just about 8 to 10 after factoring incarceration, homosexuality, and every excuse that people like to move when they make those talking points.
I thought it was opposite. I thought it's wait.
So basically, BK, after all the excuses that women give, after you take all of those out, there's 8 men that are valid. That's all you're saying.
8 men that are valid, 10 women who want them. Okay. I'm sorry, I got lost.
That's all.
So are we factoring that these men are dating black women? Because if you're saying that that black men have a higher rate, you can't hear me, love?
No, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, of relation, but they're dating women, right?
I'm sorry, what you saying that
if the equation is equal, if the equation is equal and these men are having higher success rate in relations, they're still dating black women, right?
Yeah, so only 1 out of 10 black men is dating outside his race.
Trev, did you already account for that or no?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, they accounted for that in the equation already.
So wouldn't it be equal?
Because you have to think, there's 10, for every 10 women, there's 8 valid men.
I mean,
now if you take of those 8 valid men,
right,
you give 800, 1 in 10 are dating outside of their race.
Right.
Yeah, it's like interracial relationships,
And
homosexuality.
even if you want to put that, it's not to say that men are exclusively avoiding black women on purpose. It's just that in some cases there are women who don't see many black men as suitable, and vice versa. But it's not like people are just saying, "Oh hell no, I don't date black women as a black man." That's not a factor. They're just looking for marriageable women by any means necessary.
Yep. Trev took all the disqualifiers that women with that talking point use to disqualify men, like the incarceration rate, all that stuff, and then he accounted for that in his 10-to-8 ratio. That's all.
And in fairness, that doesn't mean that you can't scrutinize Trev's numbers in his process. You could if you wanted to, but I don't think we go down.
I mean, you can
Then
scrutinize.
you'd have to be prepared to refute it and go against my numbers.
And that's what nobody up here is going to be able
can
to
of
do
worms
because he's right.
Well, I don't think they would have to be prepared, but I think they can at least ask you for everything you have and then go and come back potentially. But at least ask you for what.
If y'all want to jump into that, that's fine too. But I mean, what's that going to do? Is that going to further us in the conversation, or is that just going to try? I
was just making a
come
general
up with excuses for. No, I get it, but see, the reason for me even bringing that up is because I don't want us to have the type of mentality as to where we want to make the excuses. We want to come up with solutions. So being solutions based, you would try to say, okay, these are what the numbers are, or let's, instead of just making excuses, how can we do with what we have? How can we actually advance this? What it is, how can we make the adjustments? If we have a desired outcome, we try to make the adjustments in order to get said outcome. We don't just say, okay, well, this is messed up. Like most people who want to be surgeons become surgeons, even though there's a slight chance you could become one, right? But if you know you put in the work, if it's something that you want, you'll go ahead and do it. When most women go out to get degrees, right? And black women are really good at that. And that's an awesome thing. However, I think that we should have the same type of effort when it comes to acquiring a man, unless you don't see as to being that important. But if you don't, then someone else is going to. And I would tell men the same thing. Somebody is going to prioritize it enough to get the set result. If you are not willing to do that, say that, but you can't be mad with your shitty results, men and women alike.
All right.
I'm not sure. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I said, go ahead and make sure you can hear.
Now I can, and I literally didn't hear like the majority of the stuff that you said, but I would like to. There was some data that was used, and I know that I looked this up a little while ago, so I would like to at some point do a deeper dive on that. I don't think that having a victim mentality or saying that you are prohibited from doing something should get in the way of a person trying to do something. But I do want us to recognize that biases exist and that there are limitations that exist. So sure, even if something is a viable option for one group, if you are in another social group or you don't have access to it, then it's, those limitations exist. So again, being able to go over those numbers to say, what story does this tell? What does it actually mean? And sure, there may be some people that have more access to things, so that may give them an upper hand, but you then have to talk to the other group that does not have the same access. So I'm not sure if you covered any of that, but again, my mic, I couldn't hear what you were saying.
So when you're saying social groups, right? Are you saying that there are some women who aren't able to obtain the specific type of a man that they would likely qualify for based on the proximity?
Proximity, yeah. So proximity matters. That's actually a huge factor when it comes to limitations for most things, right?
I think that's actually a good question. However, there is intention, right? Men are available in these spaces. It's not like they're just hidden like Pokemon, right? They're available, and you may not be able to find them in a particular social situation, but that doesn't mean you won't be able to find them somewhere else. There are women who consider themselves to be very intentional, and they somehow are able to source these men. Whether sometimes it might not be through your friend, but you just have to know where people are going, what type of networking events to go and meet these men. Because they're in the wild. They don't just stay in the house all day, right? They're in certain places. Somebody like there's a bunch of men on the panel who get busy like that, who are sometimes outside, and they can tell you plenty of places where you can find them.
So agreed, but we're talking to us. So we are
Yeah, yeah.
within the same social status. Let's just take
Okay.
impoverished. So if I said,
Okay.
and this is if I said in a ghetto where most people are impoverished and you have people who are on TANF, etc., because there's always comments like, oh, these women shouldn't pick these dumb men. So in that particular setting, that is their pickings. They would have to know better to know that there are other resources that goes outside of that. You know, they would have to have the
Right.
mindset as well to want to achieve that. So I just think that the fact that, you know, that everything
No,
matters.
that's actually a great point, because if you're impoverished, then you might not necessarily have that type of exposure to things. So absolutely, you want to go outside of that group, but it doesn't mean that the sheer proximity alone is going to qualify you. There's a lot of work that needs to be put in first, right? And that I think is where we should start. But if any men on the panel want to know, if y'all want to disclose where there are places that you might be where women can find you, then that's great too. But I think that the bigger problem, because I'll be honest with you, there's a lot of women who know how to get into these spaces, but do they know how to conduct themselves when they get into these spaces? I think is more the issue. Are they ready for that type of man? Have they put the work in? And that, I think, is a bigger issue.
All right. I know True wanted to ask a question before he left. Go ahead,
Yeah.
True.
Sorry, I went out. I think you guys were discussing, and I came in about the proximity and whatnot. I just think that some women have chosen to, with their newfound freedom, rewrite the rules. I don't think it's a lack of availability of men. I think that even current day, most women could overwhelmingly have suitors. I think that the reality is a lot of women don't like the result of that access point. They have typically, and this is me just strongly assuming, I think they have an idea of what it's supposed to look like. And you hear it, because I was going to ask Bo if she's, come across those national broadcasts, Channel 7, the women are on there talking about there's no marriageable men. And they do this broadcast every few months. And it's interesting because when they start talking about the marriageable men, the first thing they highlight is education. Second thing is income. And never is it discussed who these men are from a characteristic perspective, maturity, or anything like that. So what I find through hearing this on national TV is that women have now made it to where if I'm going to marry, he needs to qualify for me the way I think he needs to qualify for me. And that just has never been the case, because that's not y'all role, in my honest opinion. And I'll laugh.
Go ahead, Bo. That's fine.
How old are we? Are all of us sort of around our like 30s and 40s? When did women shut up, JR? When
turned
did
50
women
this year, Bo.
Say what?
I turned 50 this year.
Shut the fuck up. Point is, when did women get their freedom? When did women get like the right to vote and the right to have a bank account and the right
That
to...
was the biggest mistake ever.
No. When did it happen?
19th.
When? Answer the question.
Back in the 60s, I think.
Oh, because okay, great.
Y'all been fucking up ever since.
Shut your ass up. I personally was born in 1980.
Damn.
Shut the fuck up.
Shit.
The freedom is not new. None of this is new. Like, freedom is freedom. Women having all of these freedoms, that's normal for us. We were born into that. So I don't know why we keep talking about the modern women and new. This is not new. Let me see. Boomers were the ones that got this freedom, right? Boomers, Gen X, millennials, Gen X, Gen Alpha. We are 5 generations in. None of this is new. This is no longer modern. This is just society at this point. I just want us to speak from like today. because y'all keep living in the past and living in the past. How about, since we are living in this modern society with modern women and modern men, because let's not forget that y'all have changed too. And that's okay. Like, this is not a bad thing. None of this is a bad thing. But the things that worked back then will not work now. Why not establish our own new reality instead of trying to make the things of the past fit? So now you have working women. Now you have women who don't need you to survive. Why can't we just make up a new agreement with the new rules?
A PhD. I agree with you, Bo. But that again, it's the challenge, because whether you're right, I don't think anybody on this panel is over 45 or 50. I don't believe. But when you talk to the demographic of the women, they're trying to live a duality. They want modern freedom, but old school treatment. And you can't have both. We got to kind of figure that out. I agree. I've said that. I've been saying. I said it tonight. We need to have a new conversation, because it seems like you're saying the things of the past are not going to work. Okay, I'm inclined to agree with you. Then what does it look like? And what I hear, again, being a male on this side, the conversation ain't no different. I still got to be a man and all that it's been to be man. And I have to perform from the moment I meet you. And then I don't only have to perform once, I got to continue to perform. And then I got to sustain. Then I got to protect. I got to provide. All those things. I'm not complaining about that. But in turn, not you, maybe not even women on this panel, but a whole slew of women that are modern are saying, hell no, we won't go. We're going to rewrite the rules, and we're going to do whatever the hell we want. Being a woman in the house is a slave. Don't ask me to cook. Don't ask me to clean. I don't personally have these problems, but I know a lot of men do. And that's the problem, which is why I said moments ago, they are trying to rewrite the rules. If a woman want to get married, you got the most powerful organism on the planet. You got a vagina. Every man. You can't get a husband, it's because you don't want one, in my honest opinion. If you can't get a husband, you don't even got to be smart. You don't even got to get a patent. You don't want one. That's what I would conclude. And I would.
True. You forgot. They're trying to rewrite the rules for for a game they didn't create. They don't control. That would be like men rewriting the rules for what it takes for us to get sex. Because if men unilaterally said, you know what, I'm not dating women to get in their vagina no more. You're gonna give me that pussy because I said so. And we decided how we were going to act. That would be how women act when it comes to dating right now. They don't want to change. And the easiest, I hate to say the men are easy, but we are. Do you know how all a woman has to do to go find a husband is go find the men that she wants to marry, that she would like to be a husband for her, and ask them, what would it take from me? What would I have to be in order for you to decide that you want to be my wife? Not the actual guy she's going to marry, but that type of guy. And then do what the fuck he tells her to. However, that requires women to be smart, shut the fuck up and listen, and then do what she's told. Hence the majority of women being single.
So anyway, True. Here's the thing. When you made the point about women want the best of both worlds, right? It's the same as with men. So this conversation has to be had all the way across the board, that what's happening is that there's a transition time where people are moving, we are evolving into this new space. And with that said, with change comes resistance. With change comes these complaints, these bitch ass complaints from these, a lot of the dudes, but females too. Because you will have a man that says that he wants the old school ways, but he wants to go 50-50. So both parties can't have it both ways. If he wants old school ways and he wants to be the sole protector and he needs to be the sole provider, then that would be more so being consistent with tradition. So I just wanted to say that it's not women want it both ways, that you do also want men who are straddling the fence, and they want it both ways as well. I guess both ways is the best way to say this, but y'all know what I mean. They want both sides.
Can I ask you a question, T? When is the last time that you or a friend of yours has actually asked a man, modern day, what he wants.
You have to tell me the relevancy of this and how it correlates to the point.
Well, your point is saying that we as people are doing the both men are straddling the fence and saying they want old school treatment, so on and so forth.
Just like women. Yep.
Okay, cool. My point is that I don't agree wholeheartedly because I think a lot of women operate off of false pretenses. This 50-50 conversation with seems to always come up. Women have always contributed to their household, actually more, in my opinion, than 50-50. There was a time where when you had a woman, she walked to the store every day and got groceries, cooked, cleaned, one car. So this idea sometimes about this splitting of the finances, this laughable to me. Women would go work and give their whole paycheck to the husband. This idea that men only made money is a fallacy, especially you talking about our community. So 50-50 is what made our relationships prominent. At one point, if you go back, look in the 30s and the 40s, we were the most married people. White people start mimicking their households after our model because it worked. But somewhere along the line, we broke the rules. Now we're talking about 50-50, so on and so forth. What I find, again, is why I say women are rewriting the rules. Y'all want the privilege of stuff, but you don't want to do what men are asking, whoever that man is, whether it is 50-50, whether it's 100-0, whether it's 30-70, really shouldn't matter. If you want something from him, you have to give something, and a whole lot of that something. And what I typically see is women in our community don't want to give anything, or they want to give us what they want to give us and then say we need to give what they want us to give. And it's just not a fair, balanced transaction, which is why I asked you, when is the last time you or friends that you know have actually asked men what they wanted?
Just to counter that, and I'll keep it real concise. Here's the thing, that statement would be discounting when it was genuine, when men actually took providership as being the provider. So to say if there was level of effort throughout relationships, throughout history, sure, there's level of effort, but it still does not take away from the traditional foundation that at some point men were striving to be the provider for their families. And that has shifted in today's time. So my point is still the same conversation that you're having when you're saying women want a combination of yesterday's time and today's time. It's the same as with men, that there is a combination. They want that old school traditional, make the babies and cook and clean and do all of those things, but they are wanting to provide less. It doesn't change.
I don't think I said exactly that, but I'll try to follow. I don't think men are saying that modern day. I think most men currently are still asking for women to show up fair, mainly in attitude. Contribution when it comes to finance and all that stuff, y'all hyper focus on that. And the provider spirit that you're speaking of, it would be foolish, in my opinion. I said this earlier on somebody's podcast, that, yeah, I think some men, if they choose to, should be having women that make money, if they have it, to be contributing. And I'll tell you why, because it's not a matter of money. I don't think y'all respect what you don't earn. And I don't think y'all respect what you don't contribute to. The same reason why you covet the degrees and all the times that we don't ask about business you start, but you throw it in our face. Modern time is a different type of woman. Before, you actually used to get a good heart, a good mind, a good spirit, and a willingness from her. You don't get that now. So if we're going to date modern, let's do modern. It's not about provision. What do I need to provide for you for if you're a strong, independent, self-sufficient woman? We just met. The only thing that you have to offer me is time. So why do I have to now subscribe to providing for you if I don't necessarily feel that that's necessary? Why can't we find something that does work for us and meet in the middle?
True. If I were to subscribe to the old school ways, do that mean that I gotta wait till marriage to have sex with a woman?
I would say, yeah. If you really want to go traditional all the way, sure.
I don't want to do that.
That's what's
True. Do you think it's fair to say that the majority of the women who don't have men tend to have this same thing in common, which is they want the accountability of a child, the privilege of being a woman, and the authority of a man?
Yes. It's not, again, going back to what I said moments ago, it's not that complicated. If women in today wanted men, truly wanted men. All they have to do is give those men what they want. But I think, and I don't like classes, I think women like to dance outside of their bracket. At one point, you never heard women talk about how handsome a man was and all these things. And I'm not saying he shouldn't be handsome to you, but I think now you guys have put men in a completely different bracket. You don't want him to be just good to you. You want him to be good to your reel. You want him to be good to the neighborhood. You want him to be good on postcards. He has to be this exceptional guy. Men have never been that in mass, in my opinion.
Do you think it's fair? So then, do you think it's also fair to say that if a woman doesn't have a man, it's because she hasn't done? Excuse me, a woman who doesn't have a man and wants one, hasn't done the work that it takes to deserve one?
Absolutely. Women are good at getting the men's attention. They suck at long term. I said it a month ago or so. They're sprinters. They can captivate a man short term. But to be a wife and to be in a relationship requires elevation of even you. This idea that you're not going to change, this idea that you're not going to have demands placed on you. You're not going to be the same woman that I meet and then expect that we're going to mature together. I'm going to demand more from you. And if you're actually wife-minded, you're totally okay with that. Most women are not like that.
Okay. I'll just say this. To center men and to act as if it is some form of trophy or prize just because a person was able to get a man is utterly ridiculous. That what you're seeing more of is that women are dismissing you men. That's the, you can draw that to marriage rates, that even married women are not wanting the positions that you are putting women in, that they don't want the centering of you, that they want there to be reciprocity as it relates to love and as it relates to care and things of that nature. So both married women, if that was the criteria to say success, that a person has now reached marriage, but if you are now comparing married women to single women, married women are dismissing you because they do not see a lot of the benefits in your centering. And equally, single women are saying, we don't want to, you all are like, just ask the man what he wants and then just shut the fuck up and do what the man says. No, not you, true. It was said. And I hear people say that over and over again. That is saying, I am the universe. Bitch, shut the fuck up. Do what I say and all things will be happy. This is one of the reasons why you all are getting divorced. And this is also what you're seeing where single women are saying, we don't want that shit. I land there.
She's not wrong, but you just have to look at the types of women that applies to. The types of women who are decentering men are the ones that can't get the men they want. Because the women who can get the men they just genuinely desire are out there having them and shutting the fuck up. They're out the way.
They're divorcing
online. They're not arguing about this stuff because what we're saying is that a guy who is 5'6" should get credit because he can't dunk the ball, because he can't dunk a basketball. Like, no, you don't have the option to because you're not fit for it. The women a woman saying that I don't value marriage or saying that, we don't want to be married because they don't have anybody trying to marry them is just cope.
That's the reason why I use marriage, because the gist of it is that the women are divorcing you. So again, if you look at the nucleus, that means you are the problem. So even in marriage, because at first, you single bitches, y'all can't get shit. Now that the bitches that you all are marrying, they don't even want you. They are divorcing you because they're sick of that mindset. Find a man. When you find him, do what he says, shut the fuck up, and everything you'll be happy. So even in your example of married women, they are divorcing you. They don't want that.
In fairness,
There's an example of causation not equaling correlation. There's how you use that correctly. Go ahead,
in fairness, there are a lot of divorced women who share her sentiments from what I experienced, and I'm curious. I know Paris kind of mentioned that she's divorced. I'm not sure if she'll share her sentiments. She probably won't, but I just want to know what you think. Like, how do you feel?
So I'm divorced because of abuse. However, I was a submissive wife and I did shut the fuck up and do what my husband told me to do. And I'm still that kind of woman. I just think that, yes, a lot of women have become selfish in these ways. And that's why they're getting divorces. or they're manipulating the men, because why would you start off listening and being that woman that he wanted for him to marry, and then all of a sudden decide this is not what you want anymore, and then back out? So I think that because so many women are speaking on we can have it our way, then that's why women are standing on that. And obviously it's not working out because the men that they are desiring are not wanting them. So either you're going to stand your ground and get the men that wants you, which is 9 out of 10, maybe a beta man, or a man that's more submissive himself and don't mind, a woman that's more combative and voice her opinion and have to have his last say so, and don't want to cook and clean. I mean, it's crazy how many women don't even know how to cook. So it's just that if you don't want to be that type of woman, then you find you a little pushover that you can be with. But you don't want that. You want an alpha masculine man that's 9 out of 10, have some type of success. And that these men are expressing over and over again that they don't want the type of woman that you are, point blank. So either we're going to listen to what they're saying and try to, tweak or conform or be more, submissive, listen and follow. Because when we go to school, we listen. When we got the degrees, we listen. When you go to work, you're going to listen, but you don't want to listen to your man. But he's supposed to be the head and the leader. So are you just not picking the right leaders?
One of the things that I've seen often is that I've seen a lot of women preach that they are submissive and so forth, but when conflict arises, you see a different person. What do you guys think about that?
No, that is true. I've seen that severally. I've seen you, like he says all the time, like you let a woman speak long enough, she'll show you who she is. I've seen that. Women that start off like, oh yeah, and then later on they're combative, they're arguing with another woman. They, going back and forth like you're the exact thing that men is keep complaining about. But yeah.
Paris, how are you when conflict arises?
Conflict. I'm a
What's your
different
man?
breed. I really don't care. Um, I don't really care because I know who I am, and especially when it comes to someone that I don't know, like on these social media platforms, I laugh. I don't care. I
I mean,
really don't.
within a relate like with your man within a
In
relationship.
a relationship, I don't argue. And I've ran into a problem with that before. It's because I was dating someone that is used to that type of woman, and so they kept trying to get that out of me, so they could feel validated that I really cared about them. I'm not argumentative. I'm not going to argue with you at all.
Is that like a power move, or is that like a concession of like, you know what, babe, you got it? Or is it like I'm not gonna argue, I'm gonna just walk away and I don't got time for this?
I wouldn't say I don't have time for it, but I will walk away before I feel myself, getting out of the character and wanting to be more combative with you. Because at the end of the day, I respect you. So whatever you're trying to voice your opinion, at the end of the day, I'm gonna listen to it and I'm gonna accept it. And if I have another point of view, I know when the right time to bring that up, because if we're both at high temps and we're both arguing, nobody is listening to anyone, and both our point of views are not going to get across. So somebody has to submit and say, okay, you got it, I'm listening, I'm understanding, because I do listen to understand. And then if I have a pushback, I still know that it's not the right time because obviously he's upset right now. So I'll come back later on in another way and reiterate and talk to him about it. But it's just having that, that discernment.
Man, put a W in the chat for Paris.
I did want to add to that too, because change doesn't happen overnight. So is there ever a point where we give grace as we are getting better at communication? And so does it ever come to a point in time where we're not walking away to have a conversation later versus us having a conversation like right then and there? Because I've heard you mention, and it's not just you, but so often people don't want to have a conversation because they just don't want to handle the weight that comes with that conversation. And so sometimes they never come around to having it again, or they're kind of like deflecting so that they don't get riled up. But me personally, I want to get to a point where we're able to have that conversation right then and there, like in the heat of the moment. I think that's the best time to have a conversation where we can practice the growth there versus always having to revisit it later because somebody can't deal with it.
That's true. I mean, if you have two people that can actually have a conversation, then nothing's wrong with that. But if you're with someone that have gotten to the point where they're, loud, they're yelling, their emotions is high, then that's not a time to reason with that person. So there's no sense of going back and forth and you both getting upset and getting to the point where now it's going to escalate to something else when you can just simmer all the way down, let that person have it for that moment. Think about the situation, why that person got so upset about the situation, and then talk about it later. Like, I'm not a person that's going to sit and argue and go back and forth with you just to have a conversation if I know that this is not a conversation at this point.
But where does the growth get higher than that is what I'm saying. Because like the growth can be, okay, well, I recognize I'm not going to engage in something because it's not going to go nowhere because one of us is heated. So let's just say that you're the one that's wanting to walk away. Where does the growth grow from there? Do you get to a point where you don't have to recognize that it's getting heated? Instead, maybe you're using some different tactics to get him engaged, or maybe you're practicing some techniques where some tools that you brought in where you can actually have the conversation.
I mean, that's possible. That's learning your partner.
Because I just think that that's probably like the best way to move towards that growth. Because if you just constantly having to keep putting it, I'm not going to deal with that. I just can't just be with somebody where every time something comes up, we got to keep having a conversation later.
My question,
JR, I think that this is. You gonna say something, Paris?
No, I was just gonna say like that's why I vet and I'm trying to vet better, but I don't like being involved with people that can't control their emotions. So if every time you get upset and it has to be an argument or a debate or we have to go back and forth, then that's not the type of person I want to be with. Why should I have to come to you and show you techniques of how to control yourself? So if you're a person that knows how to control their emotions and their feelings and they're able to have a conversation, then I don't mind having that conversation with you. And I'm not saying every time I'm going to walk away because sometimes it's just a conversation. If I can have a conversation with a level mind, then I will sit there and we'll talk it out. But if you're getting to the point where you're getting, loud and, to where it's aggression or high emotion, then that shuts me down. And I no longer want to communicate because I don't know where that can escalate to, if that makes sense.
So I wanted to say something about that. I think I'm right there with you, JR. Like I wouldn't tolerate nonsense like that. People who don't know how to communicate, this doesn't work. I think that you have to match up with somebody who is able to communicate. And if you are a person who has to put off things later, you don't know how to control your emotions, you really don't deserve to be in a relationship because you can't conduct yourself like that outside in the wild. You can't do that at the workplace. Somehow you have to find some sense of control. You have to be able to have the right temperament or you'll get fired. And you know what? Because they care enough about their job, they don't let that happen to them. So I want the same damn respect. If you're going to be able to control yourself with everybody else, then you're going to have to do that with me too. But we should be able to talk like two adults without having to scream at each other, yell at each other, disrespect each other. And if you can't do that, then yeah, you go find somebody just as toxic as you to be in a relationship with them. Don't deal with people who have that type of temperament. If they're unable to control their emotions, that's not the person for you. If you're an effective communicator, why would you waste your life on somebody who's not there?
Yeah,
And
I
then,
think what
and
she,
then sometimes,
yeah.
let me just say this, Mark, real quick. Sometimes people like misread or what they're receiving, the information that's coming in. So they'll say, "I'm not going to argue with you," when it's not even an argument. It's just something that we may not disagree, we may not agree on, and because I don't agree with it, I don't get the opportunity to get the support as to why I don't agree with it. Because if the support makes logical sense, then we should roll with that, and vice versa. If you say something, I'd be like, "Oh, you know what? That makes sense, right?" I can't argue with that. But the key is to give the support to your argument. But when they label it, I'm about to argue with you, it's like that's just a way to kind of get out sometimes from actually having a conversation. But go ahead, Mike.
I think what she's saying is fair, right? But here's my thing. I think she illustrated how, you know, she's more of a traditional woman, but I do think that is outside the framework of a traditional feminine woman. And I early on in my late relationship, I had to teach my woman this, like, so you decide when we stop talking. Like, that's not how this works, right? You don't decide when we done. You know, but I, you know, early on I kind of had to deal with it, but I had to kind of teach her, like, yeah, that's not how this works. So that's the only thing that I would push back on as far as just it being feminine is like, but I understand where you're saying that you didn't, you know, some of the guys that you were with were just a little bit emotional when it came to that. But where a woman leads is when you pick your man. That's where, in my opinion, that's your opportunity to lead and make a decision is when you pick him, and from there on, that's where he lead, right? And I think a woman deciding that this conversation is over for now is her trying to be a leader within the relationship. But I understand you saying that those men was emotional, and you know and you got to vet better and all that.
So let me
Yeah, that's a
clarify
good
that.
ass point.
So I'm not saying if that's why I said if we're having a conversation, I will have that conversation with you. I don't mind sitting if I'm with someone that can conversate without getting extremely upset and high tempered, then I don't mind having that conversation. I'm not going to just say I don't want to talk about it. Let's talk about it later. No, I'm not going to do that. I will sit there and have that conversation with you. But the moment that you get into your emotions and passionate, or I don't want to say aggression, but you know, to where that start to bottle up and you're upset, then that's the point where I shut down and I won't continue to communicate. You will shut me down. Like if you
I think
start getting loud and you start yelling and you start showing aggression, then I shut down because we're no longer communicating like adults. If you're screaming, if you're yelling, if you're showing aggression, there's nothing else I can do in this conversation. So I will shut down.
Go ahead,
So
Melody.
usually, most men don't conduct themselves in that way, right? That's a small portion of men that conduct themselves in that manner. Most of the time, I think women tend to try to tone police men and tell them how to talk, tell them how they should be delivering something instead of usually reading the room. And half the time, women don't know when or when not to speak. Um, we're usually extremely combative. So I don't understand. It just seemed like a lot of the conversation was like him, but women play a major role in a lot of the outcomes in the conversation.
So how do you guys feel about this whole tone thing when it comes to men? Should men be able to talk freely when they're expressing themselves with their lady, or should it be a certain level?
I think a man is responsible for what he says, like via the words he chooses and his intent behind those words, and not necessarily her interpretation of it. Again, I mean, we keep highlighting it. A lot of times, women will take what you say out of context just because they don't agree with it. I do think that he should be considerate of his woman's feelings, though, about what he's saying. He should temper his words with the knowledge he has of that woman. If he knows that she's sensitive, or she doesn't like being what do they say, spoken down to, or she doesn't like when he raises his voice at her, he should take those things into consideration. However, she should also understand that there are certain times and places where you need to do that. For example, if he yells at her because she's about to do something dangerous, or something that he's explained to her over and over again, and he's like, I told you not to do that, and he gets a little more stern, I think that there's also fair as well. So I think it's give and take on both sides.
Okay, yeah, give us some grace and like that.
And
then also understanding too that change don't happen overnight. So even if you had a conversation about it and it happens, then I think you should pay attention to the effort, the level of effort that was put in. So if he ain't been doing this shit in a week or two, give him a little grace.
I was going to say that I thought I was going to disagree with Willie, but I think we kind of agree on this because he towards the end. Yeah, I think your tone matters, and it's a tool. The way you say things, your tone is a tool, so you use it properly, you use it responsibly. Yeah, there are going to be times where you might have to raise your voice. You might have to say something a certain way in order to get the desired outcome that you're looking for. But tone absolutely matters, and you say things in the appropriate manner for the appropriate situation. I don't agree with the guys who say it don't matter how I said it, just take the information. Well, nigga, you ain't gonna talk to me like that. Ain't no nigga gonna talk to me how you want to talk to me, right? You gonna talk to me with respect. So yeah.
I'm glad you said that, because that's exactly the point that I was going to bring up. That tone, we like to make this about gender, but it's less about gender and just more about human character, because tone matters when a man is like, watch your tone. Tone matters is like when a man is like, oh, you're going to respect me. But the only time that you'll hear people give an excuse is if they're talking to a woman, as they don't see her, they see her as inferior to them. So here's my take. Just holistically, as human beings, communication clearly is important. It's not just what you say, it's how you say it, and it's also the intentions behind it. So you have to know your person. We all have different backgrounds, experiences, etc. So that's the same as know your audience. If the person that you're communicating with is saying that this affects me this way, then an effective communicator would say, this is going to cause static between us. So the purpose of communication is for us to connect. So how do I ensure that I do my part to communicate in a way that it will connect? And how am I respectful? So it's not like, if a person is like, this is disrespectful, like, oh, that's your perception. Literally, that's the person that you're speaking to. And your purpose with them is to connect. So tone does matter. What you say, how you say, the intentions behind it. All of that stuff is very important. I land there.
I would like to add.
Go ahead.
I would like to add that there are definitely rules of engagement, and I do think that because we're talking about heterosexual relationships, men and women communicate very differently, especially to each other. I would like to see that there again is rules of engagement. A smart person, in my opinion, a mature person, a developed person, needs to be understanding that in the exchange of conversation, whether it be hostile, non-hostile, you still are responsible for managing how you feel and then how you now revert, the way that conversation can go. Not a lot of people asking enough questions. Instead of assuming what the person is saying, why don't you inquire what the person is saying? We're talking about relationships. We're not talking about somebody on the street. And I think that you could really, really get more from your relationship if you choose to operate in a place of reconciliation and not so much trying to be right or trying to level up or trying to diminish one person's position or feelings to elevate yourself to now be more important than what they're possibly conveying. It's just rules of engagement and maturity. And a lot of people lack that, in my opinion. And I'll land.
We'll go ahead and close out and get to the super chats. Black Dove, you got the camera situation, so you figured out by the time we get done with this, I'll let you.
Sit down. You want me to get them? You got them.
You go ahead and get them. You want to? Go ahead.
Eugene Steele with the $10 dono. It would be nice if the man and the woman would both have money. They can put their earnings together to reach a common dream. This is known as one pot. Matt G23, member for damn nigga, you definitely don't got commitment issues. Salute to JR and the panel. Hope you guys are doing well, bro. My mere thoughts with the $10. Melanin is cooking this clown. C Cantrell for damn, she cheap for the $2. Mont, the only one challenging the script is fun. Tell G, cheap ass. $2. Melanin is cooking 100%. All right, we're getting $5 now. We're getting up there. Seed of Nathaniel. Muslims follow the Bible. Israelites follow the Bible. So-called Jews follow the Bible. All groups accept or promote polygyny.
That's interesting. All my Muslim friends got a Quran.
Yeah, I thought Muslims had a Quran, but I'm not gonna argue with him. He probably know more than me. DJ Akamail, $5. Melanin is always on point. Listen to understand and get out your feelings. Laughing emoji. Tell G for the $5 dono. Certain women's true reason for being against men dealing with multiple women is because they simply don't like it. It doesn't benefit their selfishness. Okay. Tell G with $2 more. All right, shit adding up now, so I'm gonna stall you out. A woman's purity and fidelity is part of her value. Hakeem Glass with the $2. At T, how many bodies you got? Damn. Tell G again, the war against nature continues. Big draw forever. Use 100% of the Bible or none of it. Stop cherry picking it. Nature dictates I can take sex, food, and land with force. We are in control of our natures and establish social contracts for order. Sure. Tell G with the $5. T, I agree with you. We have been domesticated into monogamy. You are correct. Bruin Band, Yamana, blah, 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 blah. $2. So shout out to 20-year-old women. So 20-year-old women don't date 30-year-old men. Red flag. Construct icon. Positive energy activates constant elevation. Tell G. Tell enroll Boheme in Melanin University. Full scholarship. Phil Jr. 37. First, most men want real natural women. Phil Jr. 37 again. Through all generations, men want kind, submissive. Quiet women, soft, fit, polite, and virtuous women. Nigga, you could have put that in like a $5 super chat. Like, that's cool. Please remove fake hair, eyelashes, nails, and makeup. Leave the nails alone, fella. That's cool. The lashes and makeup, yeah, fuck that. Dr. Brother Numsy, $5 just because. He didn't even want to say nothing.
I think everybody has contributed. Yeah, so we don't like the lashes, huh?
Fuck no. You know, I hate them. I hate cumbrellas, bro, unless that's what she using them for. If she gonna use them for what they were made for, I'm all for it. Like, I don't want you to, you know what I'm saying? I heard the shit stings.
What if she don't have
just to be running around here with them big long ass, stupid ass, fuck no. That shit's dumb.
So if it's more natural looking, then you okay with it?
Yeah, if she did, like, say for example, right? Say she didn't have eyelashes, or she goes and gets some extensions, like the singles, to make it look like she has natural lashes.
Or filling's fine too.
All for it. But that caterpillar shit, the butterfly shit, the bat wing shit, the dark wing duck shit, that is dumb. And like anytime I see a woman for it, automatically disqualify her from anything past the weekend.
Okay, then what about when it comes to the hair? Because a lot of people say they like natural hair, but then they say they like natural hairstyles when it comes to braids.
Natural hair, but then I understand a lot of women just don't have it, so they wear these hair hats. So I mean, just don't have like the bacon part, like the screen door part of your shit sticking up, and make sure like the wig matches your skin complexion.
Yeah. So just at least if you're gonna wear it with some class.
Yeah, if you can't grow it, sew it. If God didn't grant it, then plant it. Like I think a man should want his woman to have like the ideal body image. Like, because in that way she's not seeking validation elsewhere, or she's less likely to. So I don't have an issue with any of that shit. But like the cheap wigs, like the plastic ones, the blonde ones, like the ones you get to come like shrink wrapped in plastic and shit, or like vacuum sealed from Amazon, like that NPC shit, the ones you wear for like Halloween costume parties, Like, nah, leave that shit at home. Like, if you're gonna put a wig on, go spend some money on that motherfucker so it can be like it can look real.
Yeah. Where me and Willie disagree is I don't mind like, you know, switching up the hairstyles, and you know, I love natural, but I don't mind like incorporating other type of styles and stuff like that. And I don't mind like a natural makeup face, but I'm not a BBL guy at all. Like I'm just a natural type of when it comes to that type of stuff. You know,
Nigga,
the body work.
we agree everywhere. Like that's nothing we don't agree with. I just said don't be cheap about it. Like, don't just go get one of them Velcro fucking
I
wigs.
told you he just being the contrarian today, man. He
Like,
just
yeah,
being the
that's we
contrarian
agree.
today.
Like,
You know what you said? Like, you need to be right.
Yeah,
Willie, you on record saying that you'll like put your woman on the table and get what she got to get done.
Yes,
Yeah,
wholeheartedly.
I'm saying I'm not with it.
So no, we're talking about the reason why is because, again, like, mind you, right? You are in the tax bracket where you can also put your woman on the table and get her a surgery that looks natural. The reason why a lot of these BBL girls shit don't look natural or it stinks is because they get their shit off of Groupon. Like, they go get like a $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 mommy makeover when like a legit mommy makeover procedure, you know, is done in layers. And that shit gonna cost you about 30, 40 grand. But then those people don't have that type of money to spend. That's what I was talking about. Like, I would never tell my woman just to go get some of these Groupon titties and then we walk around here with these big hard ass titties that look like they sunk in on the sides. No, baby, go to LA, get you them gummy bears. Get you them saying the ones like in where they do the shit for real. And you know, you take the years you're saying and you go up in stages. Like, I will spend the money for the quality. I just don't like cheap reconstructive surgery. And you know, my best friend is a plastic surgeon, so like this, I may have spent $1 or $2 to make sure these things happen.
Yeah, a lot of knowledge in this area. Mhm.
Of course, I literally just said.
I mean, I have found out. Yeah,
my
like
best friend is a plastic surgeon. I said it in English.
No, Willie actually just know everything in general. Like, this nigga is the most interesting man on earth. Like,
well, I damn sure know what I like.
Like, I found out that about 5 years ago that when you get these breast implants, you got to go back and do some more work with them. I didn't know you had to keep up maintenance on them like that. I'm like,
The gummy bears last for 10 years. The Groupon ones last for about 5. And then women are on year 9 and 10 with the 5-year titties wondering why they shit look crazy. Like, yeah.
I don't think it's anything cosmetic that you really get done that you don't got a maintenance. You gotta go back, get your teeth done.
100%.
You know, they only last a certain amount of years. Your hairline, like everything that you get done, you got a maintenance.
What you say is like it's not natural.
But bro, what's killing me is why do they stop at their titties? Like, what about your face? Like, they like, well, damn, if I got a fat ass and titties, I don't need a face, so I'll just leave that shit alone.
They've been playing with their faces now, and I can't stand it. I can't stand them lip fillers, yo.
Real face
Those
work
are the
is
worst.
expensive. Like, if you get a face done, it's like $100,000. Like, that shit is not cheap. So I understand why. But I'm just thinking, like, why are you prioritizing your ass and your titties over your face?
Set up. Must be looking like a cat.
No.
Facial looking like mob wives.
Face work is
well, you know, how many dudes you know is gonna hit a butterface? That's the problem.
I would say most average niggas will hit a butterface.
There you have it.
But to Willie's point, but to Willie's point, if the work is good, it's still different. If the work is like decent work, like not cheap, then yeah, definitely it's a difference.
Like, you niggas have been behind a BBL ass before. Like, literally, y'all been behind one, so y'all know what I'm talking about. You've been behind the one that looked like this might be some basement shit, and you've been behind this bitch went to LA. Like, you've been behind both, Trev. So you know exactly what I'm talking about.
I try to stay away from the BBLs, man.
That's cool, but you can't. You don't. The good ones sneak up on you.
Sometimes you find out when it's too late.
Switch it down.
I know somebody that has one. I guess you could say it's a BBL, but they had a little something added to it.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, they was flat. I didn't see it at the flat stage, but they told me they had they put a little something right there.
Yeah,
I couldn't tell, but
well, that's a win. If you couldn't tell, you didn't know it was.
I mean, she had some good work. See, the problem is like women go like we've been seeing. It would be like like if Bo, for example, went and got her titties done. Like, we've been seeing Bo on the panel for 2 years. We gonna know. But like, it's the women who go and they do it subtly. Like, you know what? 2028, I'll go up another 50 cc's. But right now, I'm sticking about 400. So if she want to go to 450, and then the doctor gonna say, we might can get you to 600. She's like, no, I want to go slow. So she's gonna titrate herself up. You know, say over the next, but she got the money to afford that. That's the problem.
And the moral,
each one of these surgeries is expensive when you get it done the right way.
and the moral of the stories, ladies, is do what the fuck you want to do, because like they said, they're still hitting them both. It doesn't matter. The ones with and the ones without.
Actually,
so
the moral
do
of the story
whatever you want to do. Don't let anyone else's whatever dictate. If you want it, get it. If you don't. They're going to fuck you anyway. It doesn't matter.
Well, yeah, because fucking is the majority.
Yeah, but that's not the end goal.
Wait,
that's
no,
not the end game for most
that
women.
is the end goal, right? We agree that the majority. That's right. The majority of women are just gonna get fucked, and she's not wrong. So if that's
what they're saying is happening anyway.
Now
you all have said we don't get married. You're only fucking us. You're worth this. The question was, would you fuck a butterface?
She's not wrong.
Ladies. I'm aligned with what you all were talking about.
She's not wrong. She's spot on. Niggas is only going. Hey,
butterface. That's talking about fucking.
Yeah,
so
right,
if the conversation is about that, the moral is do what you want, because they will do what they want.
Phil Jr. 37. Super chat won't let me send but $2 at a time. Nigga, you using the Cash App card or something? What happened? That's wild.
And that's what me and T disagree, ladies. Don't do what you want. You should be doing what you think gonna get you a good outcome. You get the desired outcome.
If your desired outcome is for me. I wouldn't tell you not to do it, but if you're trying to get married, you probably want to do it the right way. Listen to the men that you'd actually want to marry, or women who are married to men that you would respect and admire. Probably want to date one of their friends.
Yeah. I'm about to close out. We can talk in the back chat. Appreciate you, T, Melanie.
Hey, what about Paris?
Gents. I said Paris.
Oh, okay. I was like, goddamn, she's been here all night.
Yeah, the gents as well. Appreciate you guys. We go ahead and end the stream. Hit the like button on your way out, and y'all make sure y'all have a safe 4th of July. If y'all do celebrate it, and make sure y'all don't do anything that I wouldn't do. Brush your teeth and floss per usual before you go to bed. Don't just lay down. That's how your teeth fall out. Yeah, that's how your teeth fall out.
JR, you do realize saying that don't do anything you wouldn't do will still get niggas locked the fuck up, right?
Hey now.